this. Hello, everyone. Hello. Are we okay? We're live on Twitch. Are we live on the YouTube? Yes, we are. Excellent. Hello. How is everybody doing? Hi there. Hopefully you're all having a lovely evening, wherever you may be. Let me get the game booted up and going. I need to remember to make sure that I turn the appropriate mods on. I think the only mod we're using is the cockatrice mod, if memory serves. I think it's down at the bottom. There it is. All right. Hopefully everyone's doing okay. I am dragging myself away from Final Fantasy for just long enough to get in some Morghur. Just got back from faculty movie night watching The Fall Guy. Pretty great movie. Oh, that's nice to hear. Oh, goodness. Okay, I want to have sound, please. Alright, whatever, that's fine. Alright, we'll wait just a minute before we hop into it. Because I know some of y'all are gonna have some questions. Oh, I also realized I didn't open up my Un Momento. Open that, go to here, pop to here, go here, open this thing, slap that down there, open, whoa, okay, there we go. And then this, and this. Okay. Cool beans. Alright. That's what we needed. Okay. So, a couple things before we get into tonight's stream. I want to apologize for the stream tonight, for the Slash stream. I know a lot of y'all are really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, an emergency came up on Andy's end, so we had to just shift things around. So we will do it on some other day. I can't like give you a concrete day yet because we haven't locked anything in yet, but hopefully before next Wednesday we'll try and do it on like a bonus day. Things are okay. It's just life happens. So he just had something that came up and we needed to reschedule, and that's totally fine. That's not a big deal. It just means that y'all have a little more time to be teased about it. But if you do happen to see him around, excuse me, goodness, like maybe you attend his, if he's, I don't know if he's going to stream this Friday, but if he does, and you are at his Friday stream, make sure you give him well wishes. But yeah, so we will do it as soon as we can. Unfortunately, that's just not today. So I appreciate y'all being patient. I think it'll be worth the wait, but yeah, we just ask that you guys try and be patient. All right, so we are about to fight an absolutely colossal amount of wood elves. Why in God's name am I fighting so many wood elves?
Thanks for the law.
Well, this will be interesting. And Swarja, thank you very much for the 3-month, or the member, being a member for 4 months on YouTube. Good lord, dude, thank you so much. And Fire Ping 2, thank you very much for the 17 months. Also, today is going to essentially be a, oh, interesting. Okay, so we're kind of like stuffed into a little corner here. But today's stream is gonna kind of just be a fun, casual thing while enjoying some. Oh, we're attacking the Oak of Ages. I see. I see. All right. But yeah, this is gonna be kind of like a casual, chill stream. This is gonna be a really, really good one for if you have any like major lore questions you'd like to throw my way, or anything, any kind of particular subjects you'd like to chat about. This would be. We have 165 wins of Magic. Good God. Oh, I went down by one. But I feel like that used to work better, and then they put out a fix where they're like, oh, we fixed the power recharge, and it's like way worse now than it used to be. But anyway, that doesn't matter. But yeah, so we're gonna be having fun today and just kind of chilling. If you have any Warhammer Fantasy lore questions, today would probably be a pretty good day to ask those, in my opinion. So if any of those are kind of tickling your brain, do feel free to ask away. But yeah, we're gonna be pretty aggressive on this map, I think. Okay, good. A lot of our characters are mounted now. Yeah, because if we can close all the wood elves, this is a weird map. Like, I don't hate it. It's just weird. But I think we're gonna try and beeline our way directly into the wood elf territory over here, because if we could trap them up on this high ground, they will not have many places to go, which will be good for us and very bad for them. Wait. Oh, I have 7. Okay. Let's see how. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do 3 and 4. We can send the Jabberslith the low ground way. We got our Cockatrice up here. Bring the Gorbel with us. I don't know why I still have Ungor Raiders. I need to get rid of these. All right. What is the Rock of Ages? Rock of Ages. I know of like a Rock of Eternity. Alright, let's slap all you guys together. Let's slap you 3 together as a little death crew. Okay. Go, 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 go! Everybody run! Everybody run! Everybody run! Not you. And the nice thing is I do have this ability, which just, like, deletes ammo. Ooh. Oh, they're gonna land on the ground? Shouldn't have done that. Into them! Into them! Forward! What does this do? This reduces accuracy? Alright, I'll take that. Alright, Jabberslith is having a good time over there. Don't just stand there, attack! Alright, Morghur is in it. See if I can get on that Spellweaver. Pop Potion of Speed. Alright, y'all keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Slightly Obnoxious Kiwi, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I don't think I recognize your name off the top of my head, so if you're new here, we appreciate the raid very much. And welcome you to the stream. Hope y'all had a good time. What were y'all up to? Do I want lore stories on? Yeah, sure, we can turn lore stories on. That's fine. Let's let people use their points today. All right, let's use Touched on the Moon on our summoned guys. The reinforcements are starting to show up, but the good news is Morghur's already over there, so he's going to start plugging up the hole. Okay, keep it moving, keep it moving. Let's go, people, let's go. Okay, y'all need to kill that, whatever that is, branch wraith. Alright, I can delete more ammo, but I'm really trying to save it for where we need it. Where's my cockatrice? Oh, he's out there bullying people. Alright. Alright, Morghur's out being a just being a nightmare. Oh, Orion's here. Okay, so we're gonna see if we can get rid of a bunch of their ammo. Hell yeah! Look at all that ammo getting eaten up. Scrumptious. Okay. What were y'all up to? Thank you very much for the heavy. I got an ad right away, so I couldn't hear you, but I gotta run. Oh, well, have a great day. Thank you so much for coming by. We really appreciate the raid. Hopefully you had a great stream, and I hope you have a lovely time. By the way, if you're new here, hello there. I'm Lore Master of Sotek. I'm considered one of the kind of like authorities on Warhammer Fantasy lore and literature. I do a lot of stuff with Warhammer Fantasy, from the video games to the books to the novels to the hobbies. So if any of that piques your interest and you're a fan of anything that has to do with Warhammer Fantasy, then I encourage you to hang out with us, because you will hopefully have a home here. Yeah, we're working on a Beastmen campaign right now because we're kind of hunting the various achievements. And I am attacking the Oak of Ages, and there's about 1 billion wood elves defending it. So we are in a giant fight just outside the Oak of Ages. And we are attempting to push the wood elves back. Because they do not want me destroying the Great Oak, for obvious reasons. And I would very much like to destroy the Great Oak. So, you can see that we are in a bit of a contentious disagreement, one might say. Okay, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna let, our chieftain kill them. Y'all go after them. And I need my wizard over here to help with the big fight. We also want our new summoned unit to get a big buff that makes them functionally immortal. Well, not immortal, but it makes them hit like absolute trucks. And we need to tell Morghur to get into the fight so he's draining people in combat. We also can delete more ammo. So let's drop that right there, and we're gonna get rid of a ton of ammo, so they're not gonna be able to shoot anymore. We're gonna have our Ungors come this way to shoot these guys. Where is our Cockatrice? So Cockatrice, we want after the Hawk Riders. We want to tell our Jabberslythe to come up the rear so he can start just slamming into them. Orion's about to start shooting stuff at us, so we need to try and get out of the way. Our Gorbel and Chieftain are freed up, so we're gonna go over here. We're gonna start Spirit Leeching Orion. And we're also gonna throw down a Purple Sun on these War Dancers. Wait, that's not Orion. Oh, that's a Glade Lord. Okay, that's fine. Attack that. Okay, good. Sons of Goros are done over here. We want to bring them up so we can get physical resistance going on our boss man. No more wood elves are coming out of the top, so that's really good. Things are looking pretty nice though. Overall, we got a couple of nasty things going on, but that's all right. We're gonna get off a big Faded Buna on the Wildwood Rangers to just delete them from the face of the earth. We're gonna do a Spirit Leech on these Hawk Riders and bring the Sons of Goros over to reinforce. Our Gorbel is in the midst of the fight, so we're gonna be doing this. We're gonna see if we can get him on the Glade Lord. Our Wargor. We're gonna buff the damage of our Chaos Spawn. Our Jabberslythe is in the back line now, so he's gonna go plowing into all these archers. Orion's looking pretty low. I should have another Purple Sun. Ooh, not yet. Okay, I need quite a bit more Winds of Magic. That's okay, we'll get in a second. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, we're gonna run over here and see if we can kill these guys. I've got one more big ammo deletion, but we're gonna wait until some more guys spawn on the map. We're gonna bring Morghur over onto this flank to cause lots of damage. We want our Chimera to come, or not our Chimera, our Cockatrice to come back this way. Alright, we're fighting our way through. I have a lot of Winds of Magic, but my Shaman is a little beat up, so we just kind of have to be careful with him. Alright, our Jabberslythe is now in the mix of everything. Okay, now we can use this. So we're going to use this to just get rid of all this ammo. I would really like a Purple Sun, I think. Actually, Spirit... no, we're okay at the moment. Okay, we're going to focus on getting rid of all these archers by just pushing them off the battlefield. That's going to be our next big priority. Because our Gorbel has the ability to make things a lot less accurate, so he's giving like -30 or something accuracy, which is good. Get our Wargor on this enemy character. We want to keep things fighting. Morghur's doing great. Morghur is kicking ass and taking names, which is what we need from him. Our Cockatrice we're going to use to get rid of more Hawk Riders. Our Jabberslythe is taking a bit of a beating from Orion, so we're going to see if we can kind of bring him over here instead, so he's not quite getting bullied so hard. I still have a Death Wizard, though I don't know for how much longer. Actually, wait. Where's going to be the best place to cast this? I don't really see a great place for this. More buffs here. And I think we'll just do Fate of Bunas instead. No, or, you know what? Aha. There's somebody I can pick on. I think we're just gonna focus on Spirit Leeching the rest of the time, actually. I don't really see, like, a great Fate of Buna target. Like, there's no really super high-quality troops left. There's just a bunch of really annoying troops. I guess we can just get rid of these. Okay, Orion's about to go down. We lost our wizard, though, so that's not great. Our Jabberslythe is definitely feeling it, but our Minotaur is kicking ass and taking names. We're gonna get on these archers to see if we can shut them down. I want my Cockatrice over here. Orion is dead, so that's good. Morghur's got almost 500 kills. Morghur does not give a shit. Alright. Yeah, victory! Victory! Alright, cool. So now we'll just wipe up everything that we can, right here at the end, cause as much damage and havoc. Wow, I'm really happy our Jabberslythe survived. I was gonna be really sad if he died. Okay, so we're just gonna run around and mop up what we can. Especially because we have a lot of regenerating units on the field. So we're gonna let our regenerating troops get as much health back as they can. And yeah, that should be good. Unfortunately, we lost our wizard, so we can't like antagonize people with spirit leeches, but you know, it's whatever. Okay. Woo! That was a little dicey, but we came out on top, so that's good. Kobold! Oh wow, thank you for the generous super chat, I really appreciate that. Have you ever played the Witcher spinoff called Thronebreaker? It's phenomenal art style and amazing characters. In my opinion, it's not too long, but it's not too short either. Soundtrack is absolute banger. I have heard of it. Pretty sure I watched, or not like the whole thing by any means, but I watched someone play a little bit of it. It looked pretty good. It's something I would definitely consider doing at some point. Right now, my schedule is pretty goddamn full between Final Fantasy XIV and Total War. So I don't anticipate having any free time anytime in the near future, but, you know, maybe that's something we can approach at some point. At some point. Alright. Oh, nice. There's a group of Treekin that are running the long way out, which is great for us, because that means we get maximum time for our Jabberslythe to get to his heal cap. Let's see. Thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Also, real quick, welcome to the stream. Gruzgob, Zonner123, Bishop of Cheddar, Tech27, SS, Sepifer, Ratwood19, Living Legend, and Trim Venturas. Thank you all very much for being here. Appreciate your faces. Also, we can turn on that one. Shady Spinach, hello as well. Alright, that's a big win for Morghur. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a lot of devastation. I think we're good to get rid of our Ungor archers and maybe switch them out for like another Cockatrice and maybe a second Jabberslythe could be good, just to give us more single entity pressure. What are my thoughts on the alleged KLC DLC of an ogre and Tigerman legendary lord? I think they could use those two positions for water. So, when it comes to the Legend of Total War leaks, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. When it comes to leaks, oh, okay, they want seconds, chat. They haven't had enough to eat yet. They want seconds. Bring it on. Bring it on. Chucky Nurgling, you get used to it. Good to see you as well. When it comes to the Legend of Total War leaks, here's the thing. Is that there are realistically, flatly, 3 reasons, maybe 4.
What do
but I'll
you
say
think
3.
will be in the next DLC for Total War Warhammer?
We'll talk about that in a second. There are 3 main reasons that I don't like leaks. And I think that they're a waste of everybody's time, and we shouldn't bother with them. And the 3 reasons are simple. Number 1, there is no guarantee that the leaks are real, especially because, to my understanding, the way Legend gets his leaks is that people email him, and he's just like, he literally just regurgitates whatever is in the email to, you know, whoever's watching, which is not great because that means it's not very well verified. Like, I don't know if he has, like, a dependable person that he's getting leaks from, or if it's literally just random people. Because if it's just random people, like, anyone could send him anything just for the sake of causing, like, confusion and mayhem, and the method he's developed for that does not seem very good. When it comes to... The second reason I don't like leaks is that regardless if leaks are, like, correct, or wrong, or however you want to swing it, at the end of the day, the thing about a company like Creative Assembly is that even if you know what they're going to do, let's say 3 months in advance, right? I'll be generous, actually, and say 1 month in advance. Let's say that, and I'll tell you this, I'm gonna be really, really blunt. I, personally, have been in the position numerous times, many times, where I knew exactly what Creative Assembly was gonna do. Like, I had heard, and I had seen, like, visiting their offices, and I had talked to the developers, and I had talked to people who worked there, and I had talked to, like, friends in positions at the company who were all tuned into the schedule, and I had seen the schedule as much as from 6 to 3 months in advance, right? To 1 month in advance. And looked at what they were going to do and said, okay, they're going to do this list of things. And then in that 1 month that gets us to the actual release of said product, it changes dramatically. Like, it's massively different. Because CA as a company makes a lot of interesting decisions. Not always bad, but, you know, it's not unusual for them to try to do something and then for whatever reason it, like, doesn't work out, or they try to do something and they end up having to change it because of XYZ, you know, whatever. And this often has led to situations where I have seen leaks that I know for a fact are real. Like, oh yeah, that is something I've also seen and read, and that is something that CA themselves has said, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. But then when the time comes for the actual content to be released, you end up getting something completely different. Because CA is constantly pivoting and changing what they're doing because some issue comes up, or they want to do X idea, but then it turns out that X idea isn't possible because of this other weird thing that happens, or like just that, and it's just over and over and over and over again. And I quickly came to the realization that, okay, it's not really worth trying to figure out what CA's up to, because by the time you feel like, okay, I have sussed out what they're up to, I know what they're gonna do, so, like, I'm gonna make a video on it, or I'm gonna, like, try and whatever. like, you're wrong again. Like, by the time you're reacting to it, you're already out of date and it's wrong. But and then so like, A, a lot of leaks just frankly aren't reliable. B, even if the leaks are reliable, like in that they were given in good faith and they were from someone who genuinely saw what was being like done and worked on, then when you actually like get to see it, you realize that they completely changed what they were going to do for whatever reason. So once again, you're wrong again, because like I said, they constantly are changing things. And then the last thing is that if they are working on something exciting, if there is leaks happening, it makes the situation between like CA and the community really hostile and really negative, because it's like, oh, okay, well, there's someone leaking things out ahead of time who is sharing the information in the way they want to share it as opposed to the way CA wants to share it, which may not seem like a big deal, but there could be like an explanation for why they're doing what they're doing. Or maybe there's some kind of like, the optics change significantly depending on who's presenting the situation, because maybe there's a reason they're doing a decision that we might think is super weird, or maybe there's a good reason or a bad reason. It doesn't really matter. But the second that it comes to, oh, well, none of the information is going to come from CA, it's all going to come from some random ass streamer who isn't, admittedly, like, just isn't in a good position with CA. Like, their relationship is not good, so it makes the relationship even more hostile. Like, that puts me in an awkward position, because it makes all streamers look bad, which sucks. But I don't like leaks. Like, I don't think they're helpful. I think they're always a bad thing. Like, at best, they're toxic. Or even if they're like really exciting news and they're really good news, it still screws over somebody whose job is to like find exciting ways to share whatever this new announcement is, or to like present this new information, and like build hype. Fucks over that person's job. And if it's like bad stuff, well, I can't react to it and I can't do anything about it until I know what it is. That's probably the thing that drives me the most crazy. Is like, if, like, let's say that what Legend predicts is, or leaked, is like 100% accurate. Like, it's all completely real. Because now I'm having to operate based on like third-hand information, I can't feel confident about what I'm trying to respond to, and I can't get myself into a position where I can like try and affect change, because I don't want to react to something that I don't know is real, right? Like, I don't want to make a video or like reach out to my contacts at CA and be like, oh, this is terrible, like this is fucking garbage, like you need to fix this, because like I don't know if it's real or not, and if it's not real, then I just come off like a fucking idiot. And it's just a mess. It's just a huge fucking mess. And I am super not happy about it, to be frank. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Legend as a person. I think Legend is a great man, and he's done a lot of really amazing things, and I don't want anyone to take what I'm saying as, like, an attack against him as a character, like, as part of his character, because that's not what this is. I like Legend a lot as a person. He's done, like, a lot of really amazing things for charities, and he's a sweetheart, and he's super fun to talk to. And I've never had an interaction with him that I wouldn't consider, like, a really fun time. But I really hate that he's doing this. I really hate that he's doing this. Because it's not helping anybody. The only person that, frankly, the only person that's benefiting from it is, like, him, due to, like, lots of people watching the videos, so he's making a shitload of ad revenue off of it. And, like, people who really enjoy super toxic discourse. But it's just not helpful. It's just completely not helpful, and nobody's gaining. Like, no one's accomplishing anything useful out of it. Like, if CA is making a super terrible fucking garbo decision, okay, but I need to see it, and I need to know what it is, so that A, I can respond to it accurately, and B, if we're lucky, maybe we can find a way to like pivot it or try to fix it, you know? So it's a mess. The whole thing is just a fucking mess. I genuinely refuse to believe that Legend is doing this for like some duplicitous, sinister purpose. I think he's honest about just wanting to share the information, but I wish he would stop. But it is what it is. It is what it is. It sucks, but there's nothing we can do about it right now. Good lord, we killed a lot of wood elves. But that's pretty much all I have to say on it. I mean, I don't know if it's real. I hope it's not. I'll say that. I think if that's real, that's gonna suck. And it's gonna be a bitch to try and fix. I really, really, really hope CA is not that stupid to, like, make the game pretty much about a singular faction and throw everything else in the gutter. I think that would be a gross mishandling of the IP, but it's difficult to ascertain what's true and what isn't right now. Because, like, there are things in it that I look at and I go, that would be really dumb, but, like, oh, I could see Games Workshop saying that, or I could see Sega saying that, or I could see Creative Assembly saying that. So, like, it's difficult to suss out. It's really hard to suss out what's true and what's not. Because, I mean, CA has made really bad decisions, especially in the last 2 years, you know? Well, a year and a half. But, like, you know, like, Hyenas, fucking garbage decision. I think pretty much everyone can agree on that. The Hyenas was just fucking terrible and stupid. The initial Shadows of Change, super garbo. Really, really bad. And, like, a lot of us feel are like, oh, great. Like, Thrones of Decay came out, and Thrones of Decay was, like, really, really good. And, like, we can hopefully learn from this. But the thing that's a little worrisome, admittedly, is that there's no guarantees of what lesson the higher-ups at Creative Assembly are going to take away from Thrones of Decay. Like, it's hard to know whether that gap, you know, that, like, 6 months between Shadows of Change being just horrible and everybody hating it, to Thrones of Decay coming out and being great and everybody loved it, there was a lot of months, you know, between those 2 moments where they were deciding what the next DLCs were going to be. So, you know, it's certainly possible that there's someone at CA who makes decisions that was, like, looking at it and going, okay, well, clearly, like, Shadows of Change was a huge mistake, and Thrones of Decay is taking a really long time to develop, so we don't want to make these kinds of we don't want to make these kind of DLCs anymore because they take too long. So if something bad happens, like, it's bad for months, and we don't want to deal with that. Like, that's not good. We can't have that happen. So why don't we maybe pivot to making, like, short DLCs? Like, I could see that being a conclusion that they come to, which unfortunately misses the point of that they can make something really good, and people will show up and buy it in droves. But you're kind of, you know, hoping that someone realized that and learned that lesson and is taking that lesson forward, and not some corporate dipshit who looked at that and was like, oh, well, this didn't do good, so maybe we should pivot to something completely different. And the completely different ends up being something really, really bad. Like, to me, the idea... correct me if this is wrong, but the idea I think that I've heard, because I didn't watch the video because I just don't want to watch it. But the idea of, like, oh, we want to make it where we want to make it where we have a DLC that's just one faction. So it's like Cathay versus Cathay, right? Which is, like, never happened before, and would be completely nonsensical and just stupid, beyond stupid, right? Like, that would be the dumbest fucking thing. But you know, if the goal is to make the DLC as small and compact as possible, you know, I could see the stupidity, but I could see the stupidity that leads to that, thinking that's a good idea. But anyway, that was a big rant, all to say that I don't think it's real, but I don't really have an opinion on it until Creative Assembly releases some kind of roadmap. Like, once I have something concrete in my hands that is from Creative Assembly, and I can say, okay, this is what Creative Assembly is doing, which then I can react to. But we're not there yet. I have nothing in my hands right now that I can react to. There's nothing. So I don't have an opinion, because there's nothing to have an opinion on other than just rumors. And that's just not what I like to do. Because, like, there's the idea, like, you know, I see some people in chat saying it. I understand where you're coming from. Of, like, there are people in chat being like, oh, well, CA has done really stupid shit in the past. So, like, clearly this is, like, surely there must be something to this. And it's like, well, you could argue CA has done stupid shit in the past, but you could also argue that they've done really brilliant shit in the past. Like, I think Thrones of Decay was fucking amazing. I mean, it had some issues that needed to be fixed, admittedly. You know, there were issues with that, like, there were some kind of bizarre bumps here and there, but, like, what's a CA product without bugs? But, like, overall, like, the idea to split the DLC into 3 individual parts, you could just buy the parts you wanted, nobody was really asking for that, I think. Like, nobody really needed that, but it was fucking brilliant, and it was super consumer friendly. Like, all of the mechanics were really, really good and fun and powerful. You know, they were a little overtuned, but it's better. Like, I know CA's philosophy is it's better to make something overpowered and then have to nerf it than to make something that's underpowered and then you have to buff it. Like, that's always the better way to go about it. But anyway, it's just a mess.
Null underscore captain underscore Hammond cheered. X100. That Fishman leak.
Wrong kind of leak. Colbo, Warhammer lore question. What would happen if Zarina, Katerin, Boka of Kislev, and Lizel of Clear of Baldur's Gate 3 were to meet and talk for half an hour? I don't know Lizel that well, to be honest with you. Because I haven't really got to play that much Baldur's Gate 3 as much as I want to. Because Baldur's Gate 3 is, like, essentially a masterpiece, from what I understand about it. But I've barely played it. So yeah, I don't really know that much about it. I will say, though, that from what little I've played, it would probably be an interesting conversation. I don't think it would necessarily be a friendly conversation. Lizel tends to be kind of blunt and frankly just super fucking rude a lot of the time. And when you're dealing with someone like Zarina Katerin, you know, who is quite literally royal, you know, she's royalty. She is someone that demands your respect. And if you don't respect her, you know, there's gonna be a problem. I think that's one of those things that, like, you'd think to yourself, oh, these two could have, like, a really interesting, insightful conversation. And then if you were to actually let them in the room together, they would almost immediately devolve into, like, trying to murder one another, and it would get really bad really quick. Because of just, like, lack of decorum. Because, like, a lot of people, I think, tend to genuinely underestimate how much certain characters within the Warhammer fantasy world have, like, zero tolerance for, oh my god, I just keep getting fucking arcane items. How little, like, tolerance there is for people not, like, understanding proper social decorum. Like, if you break that and you start kind of going off script, you will not live very long. Yeah, and plus, there'd be a lot of assumptions you'd have to make. Like, I think Lizel would have to very quickly communicate that she is not a greenskin, like some kind of weird female orc creature, which would probably be difficult for many different factions to believe. I think a lot of them would be like, bullshit, look at her, obviously obviously she's a fucking greenskin. Like, you cannot look at that and tell me that woman is not a greenskin. So, you know, I think there would be difficulties. But if you could get them to sit down and actually talk to each other without a fight breaking out, which would probably take some effort, I don't think it would be that great of a conversation, to be blunt. I think they would probably be super rude to each other and overall not get along very well. Because to be frank, like I said, Katerin is known for being like incredibly cold, literally and figuratively. You know, she's not fun to talk to for a lot of people, and she will not hesitate to literally freeze your balls off because you are displeasing her. I think I want... Yeah, I do think I want another cockatrice in that army. Yay! Max tier hurt zones! That cost me a whole lot of dread. No, don't do that. The Hearthstone is ours! Baron von Intentich.
Tech 27 SS cheered. X 170. How would Geld react to Andy if they meet in person?
I think Gelt would find Andy to be a supremely fascinating person. And Andy would have a number of criticisms that he would want to lay at Gelt's feet to be like, bro, what the fuck? I don't know how Gelt would respond to that aspect of them meeting. I imagine there would be some, uncomfortable... There'd probably be some uncomfortable moments in such a discussion. I think it would be kind of funny, though. Weapon Master is just flat damage. Strong gives me armor and damage. Fleetfoot is just speed. I mean, speed's not bad in Malagor's army, but I'll take a Weapon Master. And then I'd also like a Warghur running around. Give me Nurgle. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. And then on Malagor's army, I'm wanting to go really heavy into Centaurs, Zongors, and yeah, Centaurs, Zongors, and big stompy monsters. So for our Warghur, I think it's gonna be better to go... Oh, you know what? Some Harpies could be really good, though. Harpies are really good on Malagor. So let's get Alpha B so we get Frenzy on Harpies, which will be really nice. And they also cause fear. Yeah, that'll work well. Then we can do that. We're gonna want missile resistance, and then we'll take more melee defense. And we're gonna start breaking down the units we don't actually want in this army. So we're gonna get rid of that. I think we're also going to get rid of the Gorgon. Not yet, though. We'll hang on to the Gorgon for right now. Okay. Because I picked up like a bunch of Regiment of Renowns to make him like survivable. I think we'll go defense. Oop, I don't need missile or magic resistance right now. Boop, 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 boop. And then we want boop, 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 and boop, and boop. Cool beans. Okay, those are my only two Hearthstones, right? Yes, okay. Alright, biggest red flag with the leaks is the lack of single entity monsters, and not changing the Monkey King's name to be more trademarkable / copyrightable. I mean, yeah, I guess. Once again, I feel like that's kind of like trying to point, like you're. It's kind of like shadows and theories arguing shadows and theories, right? In that, like, if you're trying to argue about, like, oh, well, this can't be true because of X, Y, or Z reason, like, I just don't think there's a point in trying to argue it, because the things you're arguing about are not things that you can, like, reliably prove, right? Because you're like, oh, they wouldn't do this because X, Y, Z, and then someone can say, oh, no, they would do it because ABC. And, like, you're both kind of equally correct because you're just arguing what ifs, which is why I don't bother with it. So, I mean, you know, if you want to be like, well, Sotek's just a wet towel, you know, fuck Sotek, I want to argue about rumors, then by all means. But that's just not something I enjoy doing. Because people just get way too emotionally invested in it. And they treat, like, everything that's being discussed about as, like, facts. Oh, Andy Law, not Hall. Wait. Andy. Well, I didn't see Tech comment further. Oh, unit redeem. Name a Takatai's best bird hawk. Sure, I can do that. My allies are straight up not having a good time. That's okay, though. Yes, max your horde on Malagor. Good, good. Yes, yes. Okay, let's get rid of the Bestigors. So I can get both characters in my army.
Null_Captain_Hammond cheered. X100. Sorry about this pessimistic question, but if your channels get deleted tomorrow, what do you see yourself applying to? Sorry for the parent type question. Lol.
That's a very sinister question. If something happens to me tomorrow, just know that Hammond did it, and I expect y'all to pursue him to the utmost extent of the law in order to get revenge for my sudden disappearance and mysterious death. But I don't know, actually. I would probably go into... I'd probably just pivot into... I mean, if someone deleted all my stuff, to be honest, I would just start over. Because I enjoy what I do. I would probably try to get more into writing and publishing, like, games. Like, I'd probably try and get into, like, making board games or making role-play adventure things. And try to get involved in those spheres, because I've gotten to know a lot of people within those spheres. And a lot of them are very similar to myself in what I do, so I'd probably start wandering into that direction. But I also may find myself going into teaching. So I don't know. I do something. I don't know what, but I do something.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
I will send Javier Bardem and his awful page boy haircut after him if that happens.
Well, damn! I didn't realize you had him on. Pay call. Sign of the Emperor. I think one potential positive aspect of leaks like this is that it should be a good barometer for CA, so they know the DLCs, like the ones leaked, would be very unpopular and to do something else. That is true. That is, I can agree with that. I do think it's reasonable to say that it could be argued that oh, come on, give me that ambush. Give me that ambush. Dang it. Fine. Fine, I'll do it myself. Why does he get the garrison immediately? I feel like that shouldn't be allowed. I'll just raid and see if I can lure him out. Oh, Oh, that cost me a lot of money. Okay. I really do hope that if they were genuinely thinking about doing it, the best case scenario at this time for all of us, well, no, the best of a worst case scenario would be the kind of weirdly backwards way of saying it, I guess, would be that if they were thinking about doing this, they are seeing the reaction in the community about how much everyone would fucking hate that. And will immediately go, okay, this was clearly the wrong decision. Let's not do this. I think that's the best thing we could hope for. Now, once again, I am very, very dubious that it's real. But that could also just be that I'm suffering from intense amounts of copium. So, you know, take that with grains of salt. Because here's the thing, right? I don't mind, and I would actually encourage Creative Assembly to do some... Whoa! Thank you. Some 1v1 DLCs. I think a Grand Cathay versus Ogre Kingdoms DLC would be totally fine. If they wanted to come out and do oh hey, we're gonna do Golgfag Maneater versus the Monkey King. I would say, cool. That sounds like fun. I am I am quite interested to see what that will look like, and I'm down. Count me in. I'm excited to see where that goes. Cause I don't know. It's just weird. The whole thing's just weird. It's weird and sad, and nobody likes it.
Those lizard trinkets.
Right? Father Never Chosen, do you ever think we'll get Marius Leetdorf or any of the other Electric Counts, assuming we get Toddy? I think, personally, I believe that you are extremely likely, if not guaranteed, to get Boris Todbringer. Genuinely, I think that. However, I think any Electric Count beyond Boris is probably a no. I think Marius Leetdorf is the only other choice that you realistically have, but I think Marius is very unlikely. You're probably I think the absolute best case scenario, best case scenario for the Empire is that you get, for Legendary Lords, you get Boris Todbringer, R. Ulrich, Emir Valgir, and Kurt Helborg. I think those three are your, best case chances. Anyone not a part of that list, I just don't think is possible. Clan Angrid is dead. That's not... Man, dude, Scarbrand is, kind of fucking scary. Why is he way up here in Athel Loren? Can we be friends? Bro, he owns the Badlands and the border... What the fuck? Who juiced Scarbrand, guys? Who's been juicing the corn demons? Chat! Someone's responsible for this. Who's been feeding him supplements? Who's responsible for this? Oh, dude, everybody's attacking the Wood Elves because I'm weakening them. Look at that. Scarbrand's blowing up stuff. Grom's blowing up stuff. Oh, geez, dude. It's a bad day to be a Wood Elf, which is a good day for Morghur. I think I'll take... I think we want to make Morghur as tanky as possible. So let's max out his melee defense. Alright, our wizard's pretty much maxed, so that's cool. We just got a whole bunch of money. Okay, Elspeth is making her way for Uberschreik, so I'm going to position myself to ambush her if I can. Ah, yes, we got the big monster building. Alright, we got a fully upgraded horde on Morghur, which is pretty cool. So Elspeth's are probably about to get absolutely bodied, which I'm fine with. Let me start working on this guy's army.
Null_Captain_Hammond cheered. X100. Sintiga milk has 10 times the amount of protein to human man milk. I hear Grom's milkshake brings all the chaoslings to the yard.
Something like that. I'm going to try and think about that. You get used to it. If you think about it, Gelt is an ultimate economic weapon of destruction in Cathay, especially since he's in bed with Zhao Ming. Dragons encroaching on the Empire's interest? Fronson's one word in Gelt is definitely transmitting that treasury he definitely has access to. I mean, that's one way you could certainly look at telling that story. If you really want to just go the ultimate crazy route, which, you know, if you do, but you know, all the power to you. I would suspect it would be more complicated than that, especially because Zhao Ming is almost assuredly a significantly more powerful wizard than Gelt is. I don't think Gelt would be anywhere near Zhao Ming's level of magical power, because age equivalent, being equal to power, or like in a lot of cases, is kind of a standard law within Warhammer Fantasy, that like the older something is, the more powerful it is. So as much as I love my boy Gelt, and he's got some really like powerful abilities and stuff, I really don't think he would realistically stand much of a chance against the likes of at transmuting Zhao Ming stuff, because I think Zhao Ming would see that coming, would be the thing. Like, I think Zhao Ming would be keenly aware of any vulnerabilities in his lands, and would make absolutely fucking sure. Man, Morghur has 100% missile resist right now. That's fucking wild. He's like, missile resistance? Missiles? What are those? Let's see. I don't even know what's giving me that much missile resist. I don't even know why I have 100%. Kind of wild. I think it's just because of the traits I've stacked up. That is bonkers. That is bonkers level of missile resist. All right, so let's get spell resist so that our spell resist is really high now too. Plus, Zhao Ming could just transmute it back.
How are Gelts and other colleges patriarchs compared to typical he mages?
How are Gelt and other colleges patriarchs compared to typical high elf mages? It would depend on the patriarch in question and what you're wanting them to do. Something that Andy and I have talked about on Lorebeards, like I think the most recent episode of Lorebeards, this randomly came up, if I can recall correctly, is that one of the big things when it comes to like human wizards, or Empire wizards, I should say specifically, versus wizards from other nations, is that Empire wizards, oh no, it was during the Cathay episode, right, because we were talking about Cathayan wizards. The thing about Empire wizards that can make them deceptively powerful is that they're kind of like, think about the alchemists from like Full Metal Alchemist, right? Where they're basically state-sponsored living weapons, where the forms of magic that they are expected to utterly master and hardcore specialize in is in battle magic, in wielding magic for the sake of killing other people and forms of life, which has led to them developing really intense specialities at those particular mediums, so to speak. So this leads to situations where you'll have like a really powerful elven wizard going up against a human wizard, and like, from what all of us may think we understand, hey Kurashima, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is extremely kind of you. What I would say is that when you are looking at oh man, my brain just short-circuited for a second. When you're comparing wizards against the Empire wizard, the Empire wizards, generally speaking, are going to be worse in every way except for like unleashing horrifically deadly forms of magic, and often leaning into even using magic in ways that would be unwise, but for a stronger result. Now, once again, it would depend very heavily on the human. Some of the patriarchs are extremely old. Like some of the patriarchs of the various colleges are implied to have been around since like the colleges were founded, or have been around for hundreds of years beyond that, because wizards can often use various little trick methods to stay alive. Now they probably, they weren't patriarch the entire time. They've only been patriarch for a little while. Being patriarch tends to be a job that takes a lot out of you, and often will result in that individual's death sooner rather than later, unfortunately. But it would depend a lot on the patriarch in question and who they're going up against. That being said, the average, like, notable elven wizard, like, if you're talking about a typical high elf mage, so like just a regular mage, not an archmage, a patriarch would be capable of overwhelming them in a fight to the death, I think. I don't know if Andy would agree with that, but it would depend on certain circumstances. But the thing is that a regular high elf mage, considered by no means considered like the strongest among elven kind, could still give I think they could still absolutely give the likes of a patriarch a potential run for their money, in the sense that they specialize so well in the like dispelling magic or dealing with trying to counter human magic, that they could actually be realistically a bit of a problem, despite the fact that they're, little babbies in comparison to the grand might of the patriarch in question. But it depends on a lot of factors, to be honest. Yeah. Scarbrand is on a strict no Snickers diet. It makes him angrier than usual. Who would do this to him? He's already suffering so much. Why can't he just have a Snickers? It's no wonder he doesn't chill the fuck out. All right, we're gonna change out a couple of these Cygors for some for something a little bit more melee focused. I think we're also gonna strip the Gorgon out. I think we mostly want to go with Zongors, Centigors, and Giants. I think is going to be our main focus. I'd like to pick up one more Cockatrice though, but I really want to get a lot of Zongors, Giants, and I want the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. Yeah, that's perfect for Malagor's army. Fuck yeah. Okay, good.
Song of Power cheered. X100. What's your honest take on Morsleb having a physical incarnation, similar to Kiyin and Mansleb?
Yeah, Song of Power, his name is Moonclaw. He's a canon character. He's been around for a long time. Yeah, that's literally what Moonclaw is, and also why he's fucking horrifying. Me and Andy actually talked about him fairly in depth during an episode of Lorebeards, when we were mostly focused on, I also want to get Harpies, think about it. When we were, talking, heavily about, what do you call it? Morslib, the Morslib episode. So if you go watch the Morslib episode, I think you'll find some really cool things there. Okay, I want some Harpies to protect Malagor. I think if we go down to... Well, I mean, I'm going to be summoning so many Gorgons. I think let's strip down to 3. And then we can fill in with Centigors. And we might strip out a Centigor for... I don't know, we'll play around with it. But it's like, I could summon so many fucking Cygors with Malagor. It's not even funny. Can I buy any really fun items? Yes, I can. Champion's Essence, Perfect Vigor, 4 Leadership. That's a pretty good talisman. Give me one of those. Let's slap that on. Yeah, let's slap that on Big Daddy here. Yeah, because that'll give him perfect vigor, really good leadership, another 10 melee attack, and a 5% ward save, which is really good. Yeah, he's got so many fucking summons, it's just ridiculous. Okay, I was running with the Filth Mace for like protection reasons, but I think we can actually flip him over to the Ogre Blade. Because, like, good God, dude. Though, I'm kind of tempted to put him, because, like, 60 melee attack is not bad. Let's... Don't I have another Obsidian Amulet? I do! Nice. Ooh, Sword of Bloodshed. I mean, that's mostly melee attack stack, which I don't really need on him. You know what? Maybe I will go Filth Mace. Because the Corroded Armor debuff is really, really good. I have 3 Filth Maces? Good lord, dude. That's kind of overkill. Let's put the Sword of Bloodshed on my... on this Doom Bull. Or this, he's not a Doom Bull, whatever he is. And then both of these guys we can give big weapons to. Actually, I think Steel Claws will be really good on this Minotaur. Slap the Helm of Discord on him. Slap the Glittering Scales on this guy. Let's give our dude here the ability to Vanguard deployment. Give our Shaman character a Filth Mace. Let's give him... The Skull is really nice. I mean, adding reserves per second is good, but I feel like the Book of Assure is just better, because then you're just dealing with, like, oh, I just have more magic. Okay, that's fine. Okay. That's fine, that works. Do I want to perform this ritual now? I mean, we could... How much is... None's only worth 4. We'll see if Durbok tries to take a settlement. If Durbok does, we will not do the ritual. No, if he does take a settlement, we will do the ritual, because we can kill him. If he doesn't, then we won't worry about it. Okay, and I am almost ready to do the Ritual of the Oak of Ages, but we're going to blow up Quinnell's, because it'll be worth a few decent points. Father of the Everchosen, thanks so much for being a member for 3 months. I really appreciate it. What pie in the sky, legendary lord and legendary hero would you love to see? I mean, my big hopefuls, because at this point I'm getting to the phase where I'm being greedy and I care about myself more than anyone else, is that I'm really hoping for Teto Echo as a legendary lord and Chalkox as a legendary hero. I really want Chalkox before the end of the game. Isn't Moonclaw more of a child of Morslib? I mean, not in a way that would make him, like, more so than Kuei Yin. Like, Kuei Yin is not an embodiment of Manslib. Kuei Yin is from Manslib. She comes from there. You know, she was essentially born there and came down from the moon, but she is not like a manifestation of the moon. She just has a strong connection to it because that's where she's from. Her and Moonclaw are literally just coin flips of one another. I would not say that there is a meaningful difference between the two of them. I'm about to summon so many Beastmen. summon my creatures. Thud! Yeah, you better run from me, cowards. I'm gonna make my Manticore go like ape shit. They'll probably get away, but that's fine. More Manticores! Oh, God, they can see me. Ah! Oh, Manticores don't have woodsmen. Whoops. By the time Malagor gets here, everybody's gonna be gone. Where's the boss man? There he is.
Cheered. X100. I think there are a few super chats waiting for your response whenever you have time.
Yes! Sorry, I've been just kind of flying through stuff. Thank you, Karen Shima. I will look at those in just a moment. Promise. Where do you think you're... Look how fast this dude is. 176 speed. My God! Dude's a speeding bullet. Cut them off! Cut them off! Oh, whoops. I interrupted my own casting. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. They can't leave if they're in combat. Cygor angry! I'm gonna dive down in here. There is no escape! Oh, make yourselves useful. Go kill stuff. I still really want them to update the Beastmen spells so that I really think that Savage Dominion should get an overcast version where it goes from being like 9 winds of magic to like 15 or something, but it lets you summon a they should make it where if you do the upgraded version, it lets you summon a Gorgon. Because like the summoning's cute and all, but it's like you summon a creature that's not really meant for melee combat, and it's got such a low timer that you really don't get to use a whole lot of its, like, abilities before you're basically just out of winds of magic already. Which just really sucks. More! More! Is there a special legendary lore type of beastman that focuses on range in the lore? Not really, no. I think maybe Ungrul Forehorn has a bow, but it's not like his focus per se. He's more of like a hardcore ambush guy that buffs your really shit units. Hello, welcome to the stream to Shirjin and Brother Red, by the way. Alright, let me get caught up on super chats here. I'm like super far behind. Assuming you finish this campaign today, will there be more Final Fantasy XIV this evening? Probably not, because ain't no way I'm going to finish this campaign before bedtime. I'll be thrilled if we finish the campaign tonight, but even if we do, it'll probably be too late to do more FF. I'll probably be playing Final Fantasy tomorrow. But thank you, Scion. Zevel, could a light wizard give things sentience? Yes. Yes, they could. The Wind of Hish could be used to give something sentience that normally does not have it. But you know, you are playing around. You are playing with fire if you do something like that. In a very, very dire sense. Ricky Chapman, yo, Sotek, has anyone ever tried to ride a Cygor or a Gorgon using magic to tame them? Putting a platform on them to shoot from would look so cool. Has anyone tried it? Not that I'm aware of. But that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I would say that it's probably safe to say that there has probably been some kind of crazy fucking wild ass Bray Shaman or Great Bray Shaman throughout the history of the Warhammer world who has attempted to use, who's ridden on like the shoulders of a Cygor or a Gorgon. A Gorgon?
How long was Archie the Ever Chosen on his quest for the items? I know time is funky wucky in the wastes, but just curious.
Okay, so let me finish my current thing, and then I will happily answer that. Hold on.
Happy 19 months. Just want to say that I'm super excited for the Slunch Brother stream when you and Andy are able to do it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Stream is honestly one of my favorite streams you guys have done ever. So many fantastic ideas.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Lally57. I really appreciate that. That's super sweet. And yeah, I'm really excited for when we get to do it as well. And I know Andy is really excited about it. I'm sorry we weren't able to do it today, but I promise we'll do it as soon as we can. We know a lot of people are really, really eager. You know what? Let's keep it at 2 Centaurs with throwing axes. I think what I want to do is I think I'm going to also take us down to 1 giant. I think I want to have 2 incarnate elemental beasts, 1 giant, 3 Cygors, 2 harpies, 1 cockatrice, 2 throwing axe, 3 of Zon beasts, and then I think we're golden. I think we're golden. All right, no money. It's okay though. Do I want to go? We're not gonna do this just yet. We're close, but not quite. Okay, I think it's also time to summon a new general, but I think instead of summoning a general, we'll hire one. Do y'all want to get Tarux or Kazrak next? And Bank Porpoise, thank you very much for the 21s. How long was Archaon the Ever Chosen on his quest for the items? Most sources that I have read indicate that Archaon was on his... In real world time, Archaon seemed to have been on his quest for somewhere in the ballpark of like 150 years, maybe longer. There are some sources that indicate it was like 150 years, some that say it started before then, but I think it's about 150. Like 150 is a relatively safe number. But if you count the amount of like timey-wimey, fucky-wucky stuff he did, he could have very easily been on that journey for about 200 to 300 years. Archaon was wandering around for a long time. Trying to, you know, bring about shenanigans. Okay, I have to have at least 220 marks of ruin, which is the next one. And okay, we're almost to our short victory, which is nice. Who do I need to finish wiping out? I need to just wipe out all the Empire factions? Okay, so we're doing pretty good. All right. I'm just gonna start blowing stuff up down here and work my way north to Corone. Garrett, hold on, I should do these in the order they came in. What I was gonna say is taming a Cygor could be relatively doable. I could definitely see a Brave Shaman or Great Brave Shaman pulling that off. It would certainly be dangerous, and it would also force them to kind of be far back in the battle line. And it also would be kind of dangerous because Cygors are sort of known to fuck up or fuck with the winds of magic around them. Like, they kind of destabilize the winds of magic. Whereas the other forces are a little less spooky, so to speak. Oh, okay. I want the Warghur with booze cravings in my army because he'll actually, I think he'll fit better. Because then he'll fit with my Centaurs because they also have booze cravings. Oh, Scarbrand, I think, killed something. Hard to say. Okay, I'm going to blow up Nolan, and then I'm going to go ahead and use my ritual. And then we can just start working on heading further south. Oh, this, we're going to put Aura of Madness on our Incarnate Elemental of Beast. That sounds fun. Let's get Nightmarish Cabal, because I'm about to start summoning a lot of heroes all over the place. You're going to get more buildings. I also want to summon some Brave Shamans, one of which we're going to join to his army. What kind of wizard are you? You are a Beast Wizard, so let's give you a Shadow Wizard, who will just help out. Boop, 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 boop. I'm so stupid. My bad, dude. You know what? I'm not gonna kill you. You're still useful to me. I'll just use you for agent actions. That's fine. My bad, bro. Alright. I also can't afford the next one. That's fine. You keep up with Malagor for now. 7 to 8 years before the official end of Warhammer Fantasy, an unknown Dark Elf deity was repeatedly mentioned in Elf Slayer, a Gotrek and Felix novel, and the various Dark Battles, Darkblade novels. Just who or what is the Dark Mother? The Dark Mother. That is a good... Let me see. See if I can jog my memory here. Let's see. That is... Okay, yeah. Based on the context clues that are being mentioned, that is just a Reithkiel. It's just another way of saying a Reithkiel. Because her servants are extremely similar. Yeah, her servants are almost pretty much one for one with Erithkiel's spirits. So I would say you're fairly safe in assuming that it's just Erithkiel. It's just a different way of referring to her. So yeah, hopefully it answers that. Erithkiel is a really cool god. So I will tell y'all something for fun. That the next big Lorebeards episode that we're doing So like obviously we have the one coming up on Sunday, which is gonna be, oh, I haven't even checked the poll. Who's winning the poll right now? Is it Itza or is it the Lamian vampires? I know it's one of the two. Poor Belagar didn't stand a chance. God bless him. I don't appreciate Grom getting that close to my Oak of Ages. Bonk. Next stop, Massive Oracle. Lamians? Okay. Wait, what? Oh. It's fucking Beast Shaman? Get out of here. Okay, so after this upcoming week, which is going to be Lamians and stuff, although I don't have the specifics yet because I need to have Andy kind of narrow down the list, we are going to do an Elven God in the week after that because there's a lot about Elven Gods that I would like to discuss with Andy because a lot of the information about Elven Gods is not easily accessible. And when I say not easily accessible, I mean it's an absolute fucking bitch to look up literally anything. So we are going to have an Elven God week. There is going to be a vote because y'all are going to have to go back. You know what? I will take peace with Grom for now because I want to speed further north to get some other things done. I need to hurry up and finish wiping out the Empire, so then all I have to worry about is just like blowing up random settlements to get my victory condition. So we're gonna try and focus our efforts on Empire factions. I wonder if I can get peace with Kimmler so I don't have to worry about him either. Yeah, no, not at the moment. It's cool seeing Kimmler doing this well, though. I always love when a faction that I'm not used to being really powerful, like, suddenly becomes, like, nightmarishly powerful. That's always really enjoyable for me. Elspeth, you are in the wrong neighborhood, lady. We're gonna let this guy kill her so that he can steal her kill trait. I want to make his army kind of featured around characters. Actually, if I'm going to give him a character army, it would probably be better to give him a wild shaman because then he could get Mantle of Gorok. Yeah. And we can give him a corn shaman, which is always really funny. A corn shaman? Well, that's just strange. Traderkin's also like a really good spell. Who won the vote for which character we should do next? Because it's time for us to get a new big bad general. Do y'all want to see Tarax or Kazrak? Tarax? Okay, that makes sense. Right. Just curious, was he still alive? No, he was dead. he was no longer among the living. All right, we'll summon him out of the Oak of Ages. He's only level 4. Tarax. What's your skill look like? Yeah, that's fine. You don't have your axes. How deeply unfortunate. I'm gonna steal that potion of healing. I'm gonna combine the brass cleaver with the axes of Morghur. Sword of Bloodshed. Nice. Take that. We can combine these 2 potions. Pelt of the Shadowgate. We got Morghur's pelt Not bad. Alright, that'll do for the moment. Alright, big guy. Worry not. We'll get you hooked up. I cannot afford any more Lords or Heroes, can I? No. Okay. Alright. Unassigned. Who is this? Oh, okay. Colossal Strike. And then you're gonna pick up more armor. Or more melee defense, rather. Let's see. What have these have not answered? Yibby, thank you for the super chat. Here's for the day. Total War Warhammer 3 gets to collab with Honkai's. Dude, Yibby, I gotta hand you, Yibby. I am impressed by your resolve. If I am ever in a position where I don't think I ever will be, but if I'm ever in a position where I am in a room with someone that has any pull of GW, I will make sure to be like, wouldn't it be kind of cool if Warhammer had like a crossover with all those fucking like Japanese games that have a bunch of sexy ladies that like millions of people play on Twitch? Like, that would be really good advertising. I don't think that day will ever come, but if it does, I'll pass along the good word, my dude. Garrett Reynolds, hey Sotek, I'm on book 6 or 7 of Gotrek and Felix, and oh my god, did the Ulrika/Felix relationship drama bring some teenage emotions out of me? Yeah, it'd be that way. It truly be that way, my dude. Yeah, Gotrek and Felix is the Felix drama is like, it's so good and tasty. Felix gets into some absolutely insane drama, but that's why we love him. That's why we all love him. Because only he could get into such colossal fucking messes, right? Only he could get into those kinds of pickles. But that's why he's so good. That's why he's so good and wonderful. I have enough dread now. I need a lot more Gorbles. Because as much as I want to send a Gorble, I really want to unlock this tech that I'm working on, which requires me to have, what, 4 fucking heroes in an army? That is so many goddamn heroes. Actually, you know what? I could just cheese it and just, like, stuff a bunch of heroes in this dude's army for a turn. That's fine. I need missile resistance on... Actually, I'll take the speed first. Oh, you can be fast. Okay. We're just gonna keep smashing our way across the lands of the undead. Blowing up cities as we go. Because, you know, what else are you supposed to do? Make sure you've got a lot of leadership. You've already got a point in mentor, so let's do some points in spreading corruption. Tarux, you're gonna pop into the Oak of Ages. Let's go ahead and upgrade your thing. And nice! Butchers of Kalkan Guard are already ready to go. That's good. Good. Morghur should also be able to hire a Gorbel to come join your army. Ooh, disciplined. Hell yeah. Extra melee attack on all my boys. Who doesn't love it? Just give me everything. Give me everything. Okay. And then y'all have already moved this turn. I'm not really interested in outpost, but okay. Snorri for Gore. Oh, poor Snorri, dude. Fucking Snorri. Snorri, man. Always makes me sad.
X100. Is the Empire QA still coming in the near future, between now and the end of time?
Yes. Yes, it is. But it's not coming till after Queek. So, you know, use that to measure expectations. That being said, I do have a thing... I have a very big update on Queek that I have to go look at. I don't want to be like, oh, it's this particular thing, because I still have to... I just got it today, so I gotta go look at it. but I will be able to talk about that tomorrow, hopefully. I was actually working on the Empire Q&A, I want to say like 4 days ago. I was organizing some more of the questions. Do you think we're ever going to get Moonclaw? I think that Moonclaw would make a lot of sense for a Beastmen exclusive legendary hero. Now, whether or not we're going to get Beastmen exclusive legendary heroes feels like a pretty big I don't know, to be honest with you. I would like to think that it's like, oh yeah, no, we're absolutely gonna get that, like, not even a question. But it's hard to believe that at the moment, because I'm just worried about everything that's going on right now. Hopefully it's just like anxiety talking and we have nothing to worry about and everything's going to be great and awesome and cool and wonderful. And there's no need for us to be full of fear. But, you know, I think that everyone kind of feels it in the air right now that things are a little wibbly wobbly and kind of nerve-wracking.
Lore fact from Brother 3D that I'm also interested. Do you think the Cathayan dragons, both parents and kids, could fit into AOS or not?
Anything can fit in AOS. Literally anything. That's the whole point of Age of Sigmar, current Shima, is that anything can fit into it. The setting is quite literally designed so that there is nothing that would not fit the setting, which is a very notable strength of the setting, but some people could interpret it to be a weakness. It just depends on how you feel about it. But I don't think there's a wrong answer. There's just different answers. So like, if you look at that and you're like, oh, well, I think that, you know, it, like, there are no restrictions in AOS. Like, there just flat out aren't. Now, whether or not you consider that a good thing or a bad thing is up to you. Linda, been wondering how much the average dwarf hates the average age elf. If no one would find out, would someone like Thoric or Thorgrim kill random elves? Would a dwarf kill a random elf? I think the answer is no. No, they would not. Because, so, dwarves do not like elves. They really, really distrust them. They don't like them. They think that they're duplicitous and they're untrustworthy and you should just ignore them and not rely on them for anything. But a dwarf, unless the elf did something to genuinely incite the dwarf's anger, a dwarf would almost never attack an elf, just randomly. Because the High King of the Dwarfs, Gotrek Starbreaker, during the War of Vengeance, when he killed King Kalidor II and he took the Phoenix Crown, he quite literally said, this is the end of this. Like, the war is over. Matters are settled. Like, those wrongs have been put right by this action and by me claiming this crown as Weirguild. And the moment he did that, what he basically was saying, at that moment, it became grossly inappropriate for a dwarf to kill an elf just randomly. That would be considered highly inappropriate by the Dawi. Now, granted, if you were to try to, if a dwarf did kill an elf and he did do it maliciously and semi-randomly, if you were to be like, hey, that dwarf murdered that elf semi-randomly, he should be held accountable, there is a pretty reasonable chance that a lot of the dwarfs in the room would be like, I bet that elf did something to deserve it. Like, I bet that elf did something that made that dwarf want to kill him. And so the onus would kind of be on the prosecutor, so to speak, to prove that the dwarf killing the elf was malicious and not out of like some sense of righting a wrong or attacking the elf because the elf insulted his honor, but because the dwarf was just super racist against elves. And the Dawi would find that not okay. Like, they would be like, no, that dwarf needs to be held accountable, he needs to be arrested, or however they're going to resolve it. That would be viewed as extremely inappropriate. But it would also depend on the dwarfs, you know, it would also, there would be some back and forth about, like, what exactly happened, and like, what is the local Dawi's relationship with elves? You know, are you dealing with, like, a hold that suffered particularly bad? Like, they suffered immensely during the War of Vengeance? Because if so, you know, there might be some very heavy lingering emotions there that lead them to have some really nasty opinions on the whole situation. It just depends. It just depends. So yeah. I would generally say that you would probably not meet dwarfs like that, but there's always exceptions. Dwarves are people, just like humans are, and just like elves are. There are going to be dwarfs that are murderers. There are going to be dwarfs that think that there's no such thing as a good elf, and because the elves wronged them thousands of years ago, that it's the right of every Dawi. No, it's the mandate that every Dawi should do everything in their power to kill any elf should the opportunity present itself. Which I think on average, many of the Dawi would say is inappropriate, but some would say, yeah, that makes sense. You know, it just depends. You know, people, just like dwarfs, or just like humans, dwarfs are complicated. They're not a monolith, and there are individuals who will have disagreements, and will argue about what's the wrong or right thing to do in certain situations. You know, there's going to be some that say, no, we should do everything in our power to punish the elves and kill them and yada, 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 yada. And there are going to be some that say, no, you know, that's a sign of moral frailty. We should never do something like that. We should take the high ground, and prove that we're honorable where the elves were not. So we should not randomly kill elves because that makes us, you know, that makes us dishonorable, makes us look bad.
Misguided.
You know, so it just depends on how you want to swing it. That being said, I honestly would really love that as like a random adventure story. That could make for a really, really fun thing of trying to track down a dwarf murderer.
Will we use a warpstone resource mechanic across all factions for total war? If so, what would be your take?
Songpower, could we use the warpstone resource mechanic across all factions for total war? So what would be your take? I would say no. No. Warpstone should be just left to the Skaven. It should be their main gimmick, and something that's really imperative to them as a faction, that they use in all sorts of really fun, kooky ways. I mean, if you wanted to argue that it should be introduced as a mechanic, I mean, I could see the argument for it, but I would also be kind of... I feel like it would not... I feel like the thing is that the vast majority of races within Warhammer Fantasy know that Warpstone is extremely dangerous, and that it cannot be handled without extreme consequences, and so it's just not worth it. Like, it's just not worth messing with. Now, there are some factions or individuals out there who will, you know, make exceptions within every single race, but the only race that uses Warpstone on, like, a grand wide scale are the Skaven. No one else uses Warpstone anywhere close to them. Like, it's not even a contest. It is beyond, like, beyond even your wildest dreams of how much the Skaven use compared to everybody else. And that's because the Skaven have found ways to use it, quote unquote, safely. But I use safely with extreme quotation marks. It's more like within an acceptable parameter of deaths. Mutations. Now, you could argue, something that could be really fun is like if Creative Assembly was looking for unique mechanics for Zhao Ming, Zhao Ming could be a faction that has a unique warpstone mechanic that works on him refining warpstone and using it to create magical items and enhanced alchemy that he uses to make more powerful things. That would be a very, very acceptable form of introducing an alchemy mechanic or a warpstone mechanic for another character. But I would lean it more into it as an alchemy mechanic that has warpstone as a point of the process instead of just purely a warpstone mechanic. If you're talking about just pure warpstone for the sake of warpstone, that's really just the Skaven that do that. Everybody else might use warpstone, but it's usually only for like a really specific purpose. Lore fact: is there a Slaanesh character to do with gluttony? If not, then what do you think about these DLC ideas? Ogres versus Slaanesh versus High Elves, and Khorne versus Norsca versus Vampire Counts. So I will say that if you had brought that up a while ago, like probably about 4 years ago, I would have said, no, not really, that's a really cool idea. But now I would say, unfortunately, that character already exists. There is a big bad guy in Age of Sigmar that is on Team Slaanesh, and his name is Glutos or Skillion. And he is by far my favorite Slaanesh character in the Age of Sigmar setting. And his whole fucking thing is that he is all about gluttony. Like, he just is gluttony. And his goal is to literally, like, sample every form of, like, flesh, in the setting. And he's nasty. He's super nasty. He's a big bad. But, he has a beautiful model. He has a beautiful design. I think he's a fantastic character. If you haven't checked him out, you should, because he's got a lot of really, really cool things going on with him. But unfortunately, he exists in the sense that because he exists and he is a Age of Sigmar character, there ain't no way Games Workshop would allow him to be used in Total War. He would need to be exclusive to Age of Sigmar, which isn't the end of the world. Like, it's fine. There are still a lot of ideas we can explore. But, like, with Slaanesh, here's the thing. Here's the big thing, actually. When you're looking at Slaanesh, I would heavily encourage for you to think about characters that already exist. Slaanesh does not have the luxury of brand new characters. He has too many characters that already exist that need to be utilized. The only time you should ever be trying to come up with new characters is because you are attempting to add to a faction that is completely done and has been filled all the way up. And I would say quite reliably that you are probably going to struggle to find characters that exist, factions that are not already, that are not missing characters, that you would want to add to. Well, if it's the Minotaur army, we got to go with the Khorne's Fury character, right? I like that we actually managed to get a regenerating item on Tarux, like, immediately. It's always a good feeling. Alright, Malagor's building up. You're building up. You're getting a lot of Centigores. It's good. Tarux is building up rapidly. You could just make a new gluttony dude or gal. That's not how GW works, unfortunately. Games Workshop does not care about the fact that some characters are not allowed in some settings. They do care that certain characters need to stay in certain settings because Games Workshop is fucking stupid and is determined to force the company to fight itself and make a really toxic work culture as much as possible. So they do not like the AOS team and the fantasy team sharing toys, but they're not going to allow creations of characters that are similar in both settings. They're either going to you're either going to be seeing like the character just repeated across the settings, but their characters aren't allowed to move backwards, and they're not going to make a character that basically does the same thing. And creative is, I'm just being honest with you. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just being honest. I can tell you that Creative Assembly has zero, absolutely fucking zero interest in creating a new character. They want nothing to do with that. They want absolutely nothing to do with creating a full-on new character for the sake of Total War. They did it for Solostra, and they're done. They're done. They went through that process, and apparently it was painful enough for them to be like, well, we did it, we're never doing that again. Like, fuck that mess. Which, you know, I don't blame them. So the only thing what you have to work with and the constraints that you are going to be functioning within is you need to be working on trying to figure out what characters you want added to the game based on the roster you have available, and trying to find really fun ways to add those characters to the game, as opposed to just trying to create characters out of like thin air, and being like, yes, let's make all these crazy brand new characters, when that is not going to be a realistic possibility. Now, if you want to do that just for your own sake, like you're like, well, I don't really give a shit if it's going to be in Total War, I just want to create a character for fun. Great, awesome. I heavily encourage doing that. I think you're going to have a lot of fun with it. Me and Andy are doing that, right, with the brothers, like the Korn brother and the Slanesh brother and all that. You know, we're doing that for fun. Like, that's never going to go anywhere. Me and Andy feel 100% confident that will never produce anything of interest, but it's fun, so we're gonna do it for fun. So if that's why you want to do it, great. But if you're trying to do it because you're like, oh, I think this is something I could get into Total War, that is not gonna happen. Just flat out. No. Just no. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm just saying that because I feel bad when people get their expectations up about what is and isn't achievable. Like, they get really like caught up on like, oh, we could do X, Y, or Z, and it's just like, no, that's just not gonna happen. Because I've seen people get themselves really worked up over wanting something to be possible, and then when it isn't and it doesn't happen, they get like really upset. And it's like, listen, man, like, my heart goes out to you, but like, you can't get mad if you have unrealistic expectations and they don't work out. That's just not, like, you're setting yourself up for failure. I'm kind of surprised the Changeling is still alive. So hopefully, please don't take that as like an insult or like me like being mean or whatever. It's not intended to be anything like that. I'm just trying to save you some heartache. I guess we could pick up some Chaos Spawn for now. I think some archers also would not go awry. Just to give us some stuff to work with here. Oh, Dynamo Gaming, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Lore story. Can we get a lore story about Skull Taker? Oh my god, a lore story. We haven't redeemed those in forever. Skull Taker. Yeah, we can do Skull Taker. Lore story. So for those that don't know what a lore story is, we don't do them terribly often because they kind of interrupt the streams. But this is an explicitly interruptible stream. So what a lore story is someone can redeem, like, I think it's like 10,000 fucking points or something. I probably need to bump it up to like 20,000 points, to be honest. Because I think a lot of people have points they're just sitting on. But you can spend a whole lot of points, and if you do, I will basically pause the stream to read a... Oh, it is 20k. Is it? Maybe you should go up to like 50k. To read a story straight from one of the books. So, without further ado, we're going to interrupt this stream about Morghur to do a story on Skull Taker, also known as Uzul, also known as Khorne's Champion, the Blooded Wanderer, and the Slayer of Kings. And I realize that that could be extremely confusing if you're not, like, well-versed in the universe, even if you are well-versed in the universe, to be honest. Because you may say to yourself, wait a minute, I thought Uzul was the name of Archaon's sword, to which I would say, it is. And then you would say, wait a minute, I thought Slayer of Kings was the title of Archaon's sword, to which I would say, it is. To which you would go, so is the Uzul in Archaon's sword the same Uzul as Skull Taker? To which the answer is, no, they're completely different. Why would you think that? So there's a fun random fact about Warhammer Fantasy for you, is the good old naming conventions of Games Workshop and how GW's laziness can result in us having lots of characters with the multiple characters with the exact same name. Multiple important characters with the exact same name, I might add. Alright, so buckle up and enjoy some story time. So, Skull Taker. Who is Skull Taker? The Skull Taker is the Blood God's immortal champion, the greatest of all Khorne's chosen bloodletters. When not campaigning with his master's armies, Skull Taker roams the realm of chaos at will atop his mighty juggernaut, Kolterin. He appears before fortress and stronghold, bellowing challenge after challenge to the greatest warriors within until one of their number is foolish enough to meet him in single combat. When a foe emerges, Skull Taker dismounts from his loyal steed, salutes the enemy with upturned blade, and charges forward to claim another skull in the Blood God's name. Such duels are brief and bloody, for Skull Taker is swifter than the last beat of a shattered heart, and knows every weakness of every enemy. Skull Taker does not slay his foes outright, but shatters their limbs, leaving them helpless. Skull Taker's clawed grasp settles upon his fallen opponent's head. Magical fire gouts from his fingertips, searing away flesh and sinew until pale bone is laid bare for all to see. With a single perfect twist born of long practice, Skull Taker breaks the naked skull free of its spine and tosses it onto a coarse woven sack filled with trophies from previous victims. He then bellows his challenges at the fortress once more, striking down any further champions that emerge until no others present themselves or boredom sets in. Mounting Kolterin once more, Skull Taker departs in search of fresh foes. Skull Taker is just as feared in the mortal realms as he is in the courts of the dark gods. He is drawn by tales of martial prowess and rumor of mighty combatants who might offer some small challenge. History is littered with accounts of his appearance before the gates of Bretonnian castles, ogre feast halls, elf mansions, Nehekaran necropolises, and dwarf holds, each time demanding that an accomplished warrior be sent forth to face him. Such encounters never end well for mortals. Indeed, in all the legends surrounding the Skull Taker, there is but one account that tells of anything other than his victory. In the legends of the Empire, Skulltaker battles Sigmar Heldenhammer in the World's Edge Mountains for 3 days without pause, but ultimately earns nothing but defeat. Skulltaker, despite being a demon, still bears the scar he earned that day, and he takes great pleasure in repaying the debt on Sigmar's inheritors at every opportunity. Demons have long memories and little desire to grant forgiveness. Over the millennia, Skulltaker's collection of trophies has become so massive as to be beyond counting. While Skulltaker collects skulls from all his victims, it is only those of mighty individuals he truly cherishes, for with each taking of the skull, he inherits a small portion of his enemy's strength. He hooks his most prized skulls, mementos of close-fought and satisfactory battles, all onto his cloak. All others he sets upon the parapet of Khorne's brass citadel to watch the approaches to the blood god's lair. So is it that a demon that began existence as a bloodletter has become something to command the respect of the dark gods themselves. Some fun notes about him. He has Skulls for the Skull's Throne, where he has a whole gimmick where he can never refuse challenges. He also has 2 notable items. You have the Cloak of Skulls. Forged from the claimed crania of favored victims and heavy with dark enchantment, the Cloak of Skulls offers formidable protection against the enemy's blows and spells, which just gives him some defense stuff. And then the Slayer Sword. Crafted from a single shard of Khorne's boundless wrath, this blade blazes with unholy energy and has an uncanny ability to find the foe's weak spot, which gives him some really nasty fucking rules because he has heroic killing blow and flaming attacks, which is gross. Another fun story that actually involves him, if I can find it real quick. He shows up in a story here. Let's see. He shows up in 1001 of the Imperial calendar, which was about 1400 years ago during the Skull Harvest, which states that Skulltaker descends upon the mortal plane, his goal to claim the skulls of all Northlanders who worship any god other than Khorne. So he literally shows up in the Chaos Waste and runs around just murdering the shit out of a bunch of Chaos tribes until he eventually gets sucked back into the realm of Chaos. I want to say there was one more story he has in this book. If I can find it. Maybe not. Nope, that's all in this particular book. But hey, there's a story for you. So anyway, that's Skulltaker. So back to the game. Yeah, I know. I know you want to go smash, but we got things to do. Oh, I've got money. Okay, I think these two can separate now. You can go after the baby settlements. And I shall go after the big boy settlements. And Tarux is just going to keep recruiting stuff. Because that is his job right now. Oh, you. Yeah, you just keep stealing tech. Oh, goodness. All right. I'm finally all caught up on everything. Thank you all for the support. Much appreciated. Archaon made it to Norska. That bodes well. Y'all doing all right, chat? All right, we're going to turn this into a Hearthstone. Short victory achieved! Nice. Wait, which one is this? Oh, no, I don't want that. I want this and this. Our dread per turn is getting pretty good. Weird question, does Nakai have an official death in canon? No. No, he does not. Nakai does not show up during the end times. This is a crushing defeat, really? I'm doing mental math. I suppose that is a decent amount of spears, but no, I think I'd win this. Yeah, so two things. A, Nakai doesn't even show up in the end times at all. And B, Nakai has been confirmed to appear in Age of Sigmar. In the most recent Seraphon book, there is a mention of Nakai. So he's alive in Age of Sigmar. He's not playable, which he kind of never has been, but, you know, he's still kicking around. I would love for him to get an Age of Sigmar model. I would lose my fucking shit if he got an AOS model. That reminds me, I need to get back to painting my Seraphon. Wonder if I can... There's nowhere to hide, is there? Bummer. Alright, but we can spread out our forces a little bit.
X100. Is the tech in Age of Sigmar?
Yes, Sotek is very, very big and important in Age of Sigmar. There's an entire sub-faction for the Lizardmen called the Fangs of Sotek, which is basically just the Red Host, where it's a sub-faction that's very heavily based around skinks. No, I mean, if he didn't leave any forces over here to defend, I will happily take advantage of that. All right, before we move in, we're gonna take a gander at what's going on in here. And I'm gonna say, that's some cool handguns you have there. Would be a shame if all of their ammo just rotted. Delicious. It would also be a terrible shame if I just started summoning Cygors all over the fucking place. Any Lisbon characters I want to see added? Yeah. Chalkox and Tedoecho. Tedoecho is a legendary lord. Chalkox is a legendary hero. I'll go that way. Take these two with you. You lot, come over this way. Manticores, go play. Ooh, there's no halberds here. How unfortunate for them.
You choose a toy cheered. X100. Narkai physically walked across space to eventually wander his way to Aos. I can't be convinced otherwise.
He's just wandering through the void of space, just the vacuum, being like, oh man, this road just keeps on going. It's kind of crazy. Oh, that's okay. I see. Ugh, yeah, that was gross. All right. Let's have one of you run them off. You go that way. Claim that for Pappy. We'll let my winds of magic build up for a little bit. Here, have a vial tied on me. Pop! What about a Bray Scream for your troubles? Whee! You go here. Oh, army losses. Okay, I'll take that. What about Gorok? Is he still kicking? Not that I've read anywhere. Gorok did not show up in the End Times, but he also hasn't been mentioned since. Alright, our main focus right now is just to wipe out Nuln, who has spread quite wide, to be honest. Which I am not thrilled about. So we need to make sure we are taking care of business. Well, I should probably take a herd stone. I'm just kind of blowing stuff up willy-nilly. Actually, I think it'd be better to go with the red tree right now. Then we're gonna grab that. And we're gonna grab... let's go Wound Maker. Oh, come on, man. He's still building up. We have enough dread to get some more minotaurs. We're just gonna keep feeding him minotaurs until he's ready to go. Where does the vortex suck the winds of magic to? The winds of magic is making up reality itself. The winds of magic are not making up reality. The winds of magic are the best way I can think to explain it is that magic is a form of energy that can fuel reality changing spells. But it is functionally a form of energy that comes from another dimension. And what the vortex does is it basically sucks up as much as it can, a whole bunch of magic in the world, and it basically ejects it back out into the ether, or the realm it came from. Some authors have said that it's just like ejected into space, where then it like proceeds to stop having an effect. But most sources seem to agree that it ejects it straight back into the actual ether. So it's basically taking this energy source from another dimension and shunting it back into the dimension that it came out of in the first place. Basically returning it to the source. To make sure that, you know, it doesn't go on to like further infect reality or stagnate, which is really the main worry. Is that you want to make sure that you're minimizing the amount of magic that's in existence. Because if you have too much magic, well, then it makes it really easy for demons to manifest. And it can cause other sorts of problems, where if magic is building up too much, not only does the barrier between realities start to wear down quite heavily, but you can also have secondary issues where the magic begins to have an extreme effect on the surrounding area, depending on what kind of magic it is. So, for instance, you have situations where, like, the magic of Gyran, or the magic of life, being in an area causes all of the creatures to start, like, growing in size, or for plants to begin growing, like, alarmingly fast. And like all sorts of just shit starts to happen that causes a lot of problems, which is not good. Those are things you do not want. Hey, we got a military alliance with Scarbrand, which is actually really nice, because if I get an alliance up and running with Scarbrand, that means I can get Minotaurs of Khorne in my I can get Minotaurs of Khorne in my Taurus army, which he should be allowed to have anyway, but you know, we gotta work with what we got. We do have access to some kind of fun critters though.
Kunshima cheered. X100. So if somehow it can returns all of it back, then will Chaos Gods lose since they can't manifest / touch the real world?
Yes, there would be a lot of ramifications. That it would be difficult to figure out the specifics. Peace with the Chaos Dwarves? No, not until you're at peace with Norska. At least for the moment. I mean, if he just wipes out Norska, then I guess I would say yes. But generally speaking, if you were to close the polar gates, the Chaos Gods are fucked. Like, that's game over. That's absolute game over. Because they would lose a dramatic amount of influence over the Warhammer world and would no longer be able to influence it to such a significant degree. There are some who believe that all you would need to do is seal the north. All you would need to do, it'd be literally impossible, but all you would need to do is to seal the northern and southern polar gates. There are others that believe that even that wouldn't be enough. You would need to try and eliminate magic from reality, like from the entire planet, because magic is chaos. They are the same thing. They are completely, utterly, undeniably the same thing. When you are using magic to fight chaos, you are using fire to fight fire, which is effective in the Warhammer world, but there is also the rumblings for those who are a little more, shall we say, astute, where there are individuals who worry that by relying on magic to defeat chaos, is that not opening up a possibility where by using magic, you're making chaos more powerful? And you're feeding into essentially would you be feeding into a vicious cycle of, if you're using sorcery to defeat chaos, is that not in turn making chaos more powerful, which in turn is going to require you to use more sorcery, which in turn is going to make sorcery more powerful. And it just keeps feeding back into itself. And one could argue that that's what the end times, in a way, is that it reached that breaking point of that the power of magic that was being unleashed was so big and so much that it eventually led to chaos becoming so strong that it could no longer be defeated. But then the counter argument, of course, to that would be, well, if you don't use magic, then is there realistically anything you can do to stop chaos? Or are you basically just like, are you basically just surrendering at that point because you have nothing really effective to fight back with, which is, a really difficult dilemma that there's no easy answer to, which is good. I mean, that's good world building for Warhammer, is that you have these scenarios where there just are no easy answers. You're going to be dealing with scenarios where it's like, well, we shouldn't be doing this, or we shouldn't be utilizing these kinds of powers, but if we don't, we're all going to die. So, like, something's got to give. And that's what makes it fun. Because if there was just an easy solution to it, well, it wouldn't be much of a problem, then would it? Alright, I guess it's time for Taurox to go start smashing things. Who do I want to kill next? I can't go to war with Grom anytime. I guess I could start punching the elves in the face. Alright, big guy. I'm setting you free from Athalloran to go start destroying stuff. Let's see, we can pick up a good upgrade. I think I want to save up for characters that we get start at rank 15. That'll be really good. Save up our dread. Are Dwarverins connected to chaos like magic? They utilize magic, so yes. Though, when saying that magic and chaos are the same thing, it is technically true, but it's also a lot more nuanced than that and gets really difficult and finagly, where you have things like how light magic and high magic seem to stand deeply opposed to chaos and are used to like banish demons and to purify the taint of chaos and to do all these other things. There are many aspects of magic that stand directly opposed to the dark powers, but that's because to truly understand chaos, it's not just about the big four, right? There are countless gods and countless concepts that exist within the Warhammer world that you would maybe not consider chaos with a big C, but they are, as Andy likes to always say, it's not always about chaos with a big C. You also have to worry about chaos with a little c. Though he means that in a different way than I mean it, just to further make things confusing. That there are forces at play that are not aligned with the four dark gods, but have their own motives and their own desires and their own goals. So when you're dealing with other forms of magic, while it all technically ties back to chaos, that doesn't necessarily mean it all ties back to, say, Tzeentch or Khorne or Slaanesh or Nurgle. But needless to say, it's messy. It's very messy. Which, once again, is a significant part of the fun.
Sepper cheered. X100. Do we have to worry about chaos with the high C?
No, yes? What do you mean? Like, at all? Or do you just mean, like, in regards to, like, a specific thing? I mean, generally the answer is yes. Unless you're making, like, a joke about high C, like the children's drink that's super sugary and put in Lunchables and stuff, in which case I would say yes, we do have to worry about that, but for very different reasons. That has more to do with, like, sugar addiction and diabetes in children than it does with the end of the world. No, I want the witch hunter. Ah, you failed me. Loser. Maybe I should. I think it's time for peace with the Chaos Dwarfs. So it looks like that war is building up to Chaos Dwarfs versus them. I'm not gonna build any more outposts. They just keep getting blown up. Okay. Why are the lizardmen boring? Because you have no taste. That's why. Because your standards are terrible. And I don't know how you look at yourself in the mirror most days. New headcanon from You Get Used to It. Nakai's been at every single significant event across all 3 universes of Warhammer, just wandering around somewhere in the background. Ah, yes, everyone remembers their favorite moment in the Horus Heresy, when Horus and the Emperor are having their final epic duel, and Nakai the Wanderer is just fucking around in the background, lost again, aboard Horus's ship. Everyone just mistook him for some, like, random Custodes, but it was actually Nakai the Wanderer. There's actually a bonus scene that nobody knows about from the Horus Heresy, where Nakai the Wanderer comes up behind Erebus and RKOs him. It's not well talked about. Like, not a lot of people got that edition of the book that came with that part of the story. So like it's understandable if you missed it, but yeah, it's an interesting moment to say the least. Marienburg shall be mine, and no others. Maybe about time to summon Kazrak, now that I think about it. I was surprised when Nakai was name dropped in the Siege of Terra. Yeah, you and everyone else.
Phil 5,991 cheered. X100. What makes Warhammer stand out from other fantasy universes to you?
Some of y'all may not like these answers, but I shall be honest. What I really enjoy about Warhammer Fantasy as a setting versus other fantasy settings. So there's a couple things. One is that as much as I bitch about it a lot, which admittedly, I bitch about it a lot. One aspect that I really, really like is that Warhammer is an evolving setting. It is eternally evolving. And frankly, it'll probably never stop. Which allows it to adjust and grow with time. It allows the stories to change and to pivot so that they can address certain concepts or ideas or stories that it missed in the past. Something that I complain about frequently because, you know, it makes it hard to be able to know everything because you can't, because it's going to keep evolving. But at the same time, if you really want to get down to the nitty-gritty of it, I do genuinely believe that it is more of a good thing than it is a bad thing. Because the setting doesn't have to worry about getting too tied down to really specific ideas or worries. It can just enjoy itself and be what it wants to be. Which I think is really cool. Even if I, you know, like I said, I like to bitch about it. A really good example of that, actually, is that one of the things that looking at Warhammer Fantasy, it is really easy, I think, to take for granted. Is the idea that, like, I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. It's really easy to look at the Warhammer setting and be like, wow, like the Warhammer setting has made like a lot of really good decisions and has made like managed to dodge a lot of the more uncomfortable aspects that a lot of fantasy universes struggle with in the modern day and era. But that's only because Warhammer can literally pivot to adjust itself to grow with the times. Because, like, frankly, it doesn't really matter, like, with very, very rare exceptions. It usually does not matter how good a writer is. They're inevitably going to write something that, when enough time passes, it's going to look a little suspect when you kind of, like, turn your head a little bit. And it's going to be like, oh, that's kind of, ooh. And like, you know, we've talked about quite a few times how Warhammer has that as a demon in its closet, where like it's easy, I think, for some people coming into Warhammer Fantasy now to be like, wow, Warhammer Fantasy is like surprisingly open-minded, and there's like a lot of really cool concepts, and there's a lot of fun ways for like self-expression and like exploring really cool stories and all these things. But that's because those people are tend to be new and are enjoying the story now, where that was not the case if they had come in back in the 80s or even in the 90s in a lot of cases, where it's like, you know, you go back to old fantasy and you're dealing with shit like fucking you're dealing with pygmies, and you're dealing with like the segment in 3rd edition that talks about like all the different like human races that live in the Warhammer world, and it's talking about the strange redskins of that live in Nagaroth, and you look at that now and you go, ugh, that's no good. So the fact that the setting can look at stuff like that and go, you know what, that's kind of garbage, we don't want that in our setting, let's just throw it away, and they can just do that instantly, effortlessly, without a problem, that's great for me. The fact that Warhammer the Old World can come out and give Bretonnia the update they deserved but never got because of the way Warhammer Fantasy kind of got handled back then. But like the fact that somebody can come in and look at the Old World and go, you know what, it actually doesn't, it literally, according to what lore we've written for this universe, it doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever that the it doesn't make sense that the Bretonnians would be super sexist, and like the idea that like they wouldn't have women knights, lady knights running around. Like, looking at the lore we've written for these guys, that doesn't make any sense for how they would act. So let's just get rid of that. And you go, oh, well, that's nice. That's good. That's a good update. Yeah, that's a good update right there. Very nice. So I like that aspect of it, that the setting can evolve. Another thing that I really like about Warhammer, which once again is a really easy thing to make fun of it for, but I do love about Warhammer, is that the setting ultimately is essentially, has its birthplace, I should say, as a whole bunch of other fantasy IPs, fantasy tropes, history ideas, history tropes, all shambled together, like 3 children in an overcoat pretending to be an adult. But since it was that amalgamate that was kind of all fused together, it has, over the course of 40 years, evolved into something genuine and different and unique. But it took a long time to get there. And I think that allows it to be very weird in some really fun ways, where it's not purely about being historically accurate. It's not purely about being pure fantasy. It's not purely about how it's kind of vaguely sci-fi sometimes. Well, no, it's actually super sci-fi sometimes. And because of that, it's not, you can't pin it down, which once again I think is a good thing. Like, nobody can walk up to Warhammer and say, oh, well, this faction shouldn't be allowed to do anything fun or like explore weird ideas because it's based on this historical idea, so it needs to be historically accurate. To which the response is no. Because it's not a historical game. It's not a historical setting. It takes some inspiration and some ideas from historical settings, but it in and of itself is not historical and does not obey the laws of historical, which is a trap that I think people really have to watch out for, especially when they're dealing with things like the Empire or Bretonnia or like really the human factions especially, where it's like, nah dude, like magic is everywhere, like it's a very magically charged setting. But in the same breath, I would also say that another really good thing about Warhammer is that because it's changed so dramatically so many times over the years, it is completely fine for anybody to walk up to the setting look at some aspect of the setting and say, you know, I recognize that that is the lore right now, and that's like the rules for the setting, but I just personally don't vibe with that, and I don't like it, so I'm gonna do something different. To which the response of every single Warhammer fan should be, okay, like, cool, you can absolutely do that. Like, if you walk up and you're like, oh, I don't really like that Warhammer Fantasy is like a relatively high magic setting where there's like magic everywhere, and magic is like a significant part of the world and stuff like that, I'm gonna interpret it so that it's a really low magic setting and like it's really gritty and like really day-to-day like stuff, and magic is like relatively rare and yada 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 yada. Like, if you want to do that, hey, you can absolutely do that. I don't have a problem with that as long as you don't try and like enforce that idea on other people trying to enjoy the setting, because that doesn't, you know, line up with what our modern writings have for us. But I think those are all really good and strong aspects of Warhammer Fantasy. Because like a lot of people, it's not unusual to see people that really hate the concept of change to like extremes, or people who think that the idea that Warhammer should be made more friendly and approachable to new audiences when possible. There are a lot of people that hate that because they're like, oh, it's giving him to the left, which is just stupid. It's not. But, you know, like, if you go read the comments on the Lorebeards episode that Andy and I did about the Spider God, just go read the comments, dude. Like, there are like so many, there's a pretty hefty amount of like angry people about Andy's little speech at the beginning, about like the original depiction of the forest goblins, and they view people like Andy as bad, which I don't agree with. But, you know, they are entitled to their opinion, ultimately. I don't know where I was going with that whole speech. I think I was asked a question and I ended up getting slightly off topic and ranting. But hopefully you got something of value out of that whole thing. But I'm going to move on now. Though if you have any fellow questions, like I said, this is supposed to be a pretty chill stream, because we're mostly at the part of the campaign where we're just sort of auto-resolving and smashing cities down to get our big victory. So if you have questions and you want to have a bit of a discourse, this is a pretty okay stream for that. Can Beastmen recruit cockatrice? No, not yet. It's something I've been nagging CA about pretty heavily, like aggressively, probably very annoyingly from their perspective. But not yet. I am using a mod. If you're watching me on YouTube, it's linked down in the description. If you have any interest in using that mod. If you're watching on Twitch, then unfortunately I think you just have to go to YouTube to find it, which, sorry. But yeah. Yeah, because it should be in their roster. I don't care what anybody says. Nakari, you're still alive, huh? It's too bad you don't have Slongors. I would buddy up with you if you did. Okay. Tarx is going to pop a squat for a minute because he's going to get some more Beastie Boys.
Consummate X100. Here's a question I've been itching to ask. What's your favorite ship in Warhammer and why is it Jamming X-Gelt?
Funny enough, I really enjoy shipping as a concept. I just find it fun. I know a lot of people can find it like really annoying or even gross, but I view it as genuinely harmless fun. That's just people like scratching their, you know, their desire for romance concepts and writing about particular types of subjects and yada yada yada. So I enjoy shipping and ship wars and all that very much because I find them quite funny. I actually really enjoy the Balthazar Gelt Zhao Ming ship war concept because it gives both of them a really interesting character that they don't have otherwise. Like there are little things that you could kind of play on of like, oh, they're like this kind of supports that as a theory, this kind of supports that as a theory, but it's like a really big, fascinating idea of taking the whole concept that Zhao Ming is like the most human of the dragon children, that he spends the most time among humans and really enjoys their presence, and he's not really like his siblings, and that we know the dragon kids take like tons of lovers, but like how would each of them handle it differently, where you have like your Zhao Mings, who Zhao Ming seems to be a bit more implied. Oops, I probably should have fought it manually because now I have to fight it normally and this is going to be much harder now. But the idea of that you have like your Miao Ying, who is probably not an attentive parent, and churns out children because that is her duty and there's no more to it. It's that simple. It's that cut and dry. And then you have your Zhao Mings, who seems much more heavily implied to actually care about his descendants, his children, and would likely have a relationship with them and a relationship with the people that he's had children with. It just opens up such a fascinating story that can be told there. That's really, really fun to think about. And I just like good storytelling. So I do enjoy that ship a lot, to be frank. I will say my favorite ship, though, I don't really know if I have a favorite. Like, there's just a bunch that I like. Like, I really like Tyrion and Alariel's relationship, like a whole bunch. But, I don't know if that really counts as a ship because it's a canon relationship. I think ships... I can't remember if ships they have to be canon or not canon, but whatever. Robert Rouser Oric, thank you for the super chat. Sotek, you handsome devils, time for a fun thing. Fuck, marry, kill Katerin, Miao Ying, or Alariel. Also, you and Andy are cool beans. So I appreciate that. I agree very much that Andy's a cool bean. And I like to think that I'm a cool bean from time to time. Oh man, I really wish I had a regenerating building. We're probably gonna need the leadership building. The real thing though is I need to do my damnedest to plant as many throwing axes into this Ghoul King as I can. If we could kill him. Oh god, I wish those did more damage. I think they're mostly just pure AP. So they don't do as much damage as one would like because it's just mostly armor piercing damage. Are you actually hitting them or are you just... Oh, it was so close. That was not okay how close that was without actually hitting. Okay, I'm really hoping they're gonna come right down into this little passage, because if they come right here, then I'll get the leadership buff, which will be really nice. Okay, yeah, they are. Okay. Gonna try and pop them. Okay, he's taking some okay damage. We're just gonna let our Cygor do his best to bully these dudes. Nice, good. Okay, that was okay. It wasn't great, but it was okay. It was acceptable. Okay, assuming the giants don't just die instantly, they should be pretty good in this fight. Like, they only have, like, they have less than 500 health, so if something sneezes on them, they're gonna die, but... This is a really bad angle. I'm gonna go ahead and start pulling him back. Okay, giants are doing okay. Oh, sorry. Fuck, marry, kill. Right. Fuck, marry, kill. Between, what is it? Katerin, Miao Ying, and Alariel. That's tough. That's actually super fucking tough. I would... I don't... I like how it's assumed I could kill any of them. That would definitely be a no-go. I would probably say... marry Alariel. Kill Katerin, fuck Miao Ying. I think that would be my call. That would be my executive decision. Because I feel like Katerin, like, her whole gimmick is like just ice magic, which would be really unpleasant for certain kinds of activities. I don't want to be freezing my balls off when I'm trying to do other things. And her personality is often said to kind of reflect ice magic. And I would also have to live in Kislev, which just no thanks. Like, Alariel is, from every source I've ever kind of read about, seems to be by far the, like, friendliest and, like, the kindest hearted of those, and also is, like, really gifted with a lot of different forms of magic. From, like, life magic to light magic. So, like, you know, it would be the good life overall. The only kind of sad thing is that she would, like, grossly outlive me. But on the other hand, you could view that as, like, a big positive, because your entire life she would be, like, obscenely, like, good-looking and attractive and full of energy for your entire... Like, she wouldn't age from your perspective, as you just grow old and die. But, I mean, since she's a life wizard, you'd probably live much longer than you would normally. And she could, like, make sure you're healed and don't get sick and, you know, other, like, pretty good positives. And then Miao Ying, like, you would not want to marry her, because she would not see you as an equal. Like, she would see you as, at best, you'd be, like, a distraction, a toy, like, something, you know, to fulfill a duty with, but, like, I don't think she's capable of loving a human. And she's got really big daddy issues. Like, not the good kind, the bad kind. But, like, how can you not at least sleep with a dragon? I mean, come on. That's a card you have to cash in, right? Bro, could you land a hit? That would be really nice. Don't overstay your welcome. Thank you. Okay, all I had to do was criticize him, and then he landed a hit.
Conchimichiad, X100. Who doesn't want to be like Donkey?
Who doesn't want to be like Donkey? I don't think I would necessarily go for boning like a dragon. Like, I think I'm fine with a mostly human, or like a dragon that could take the form of a human. I mean, I would try. Never mind. I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna stop. I don't need to defend myself here. I don't need to explain why I would or wouldn't do something. I really hate that this tower is tied to this objective. If this tower was tied to this objective, it would be so much better. Come on, Cygor, you can do it, buddy! I think we should probably go bully that Necromancer here in a minute. Kind of love tapped him. Is he attacking the wall from the other side? Yes, he is. Hilarious. Alright. We do need to go deal with him. He is the only thing I'm scared of. But he is at his heal cap. Okay, I'm going to walk away from the zombies. Alright, let's go jump on this Necromancer. My Manticore's probably going to die because he has like... He's 200 health, which is like nothing. Ugh. But we can at least get some damage on him. Oh, he Van Hell'd himself? Yeah, no, we're getting the fuck out of there. I am not fighting him with Van Hell. He actually has a decent amount of melee attack. Not a lot, but enough that I'm like, yeah, no thanks.
Phil 5,991 cheered. X100. Do Bretonnian peasants really live worse lives than, say, Imperial or Kylevite ones?
No, not really, no. It's mostly a holdover from just really, really old lore. Being a Bretonnian peasant, like, there are ways in which it is worse, but there are also ways in which it is better. If you live... Wow, that Manticore is fucking him up. If you live in, say, the Empire, right? If something bad is happening, like there's someone threatening your home, or there's someone that is, like, there are monsters that are causing you problems. No! It's whatever, it's fine. Then it is very possible that nobody is going to help you. If you don't have the money to afford, like, for someone to come help you, then you basically have to petition, like, a local lord of some kind, or like a burgermeister, or like, it depends on like what the condition of your city is. And you have to deal with just the natural systems of greed and power and yada 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 yada. At least in Bretonnia, there is a genuine, unironic, completely legitimate moral framework in place that is designed for the rulers of your land to operate by a code of ethics. And the code of their ethics is that while your purpose is to serve them, you know, you are expected to do what you can to support your liege lord and give them a certain amount of, like, prepare food for them and yada 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 yada. They have a mandate, essentially, that dictates that it is their responsibility to protect you from all threats. And that is not like a joke. It's not something that is like, haha, they never really do it. No, there are a significant number of... Anyone that has the Grail Vow is someone that the Lady of the Lake has divinely blessed because they meet her criteria of fulfilling the laws of chivalry. And the laws of chivalry are quite literally that you have a responsibility to the lowest of the low in your society, to the lowest of the low in your culture, to protect them from all threats, and to ensure that no monster, no evil, is able to get its claws into your people. So you have a guaranteed set of defenders who are dedicating their lives to being your shield. Which is... which there is something to be said for that, you know? Is it better to have a group of people protecting you from the monsters of the world because they're only financially incentivized to do so? Or is it better to have someone who's protecting you because he is part of a faith in a religion that believes that it is genuinely the right thing to do? But you could also argue that, well, Bretonnian peasants have significantly less social mobility than the quote-unquote peasants of the Empire, which is true. But the Empire noble class is just as shitty, if not significantly more shitty, than the Bretonnian noble class. Nobles are bad, no matter where you go. Whether you're dealing with the Gospodarian boyars of Kislev, or you're dealing with the Empire nobles and counts, who once again live by a pretty restrictive like system of bloodline determines like how many rights you're afforded and how important you are, or whether you're in Bretonnia, where it's all the same. It's all the same. Like, no matter where you go. Kislev, or Cathay is going to be the same, where you're dealing with dragons, who, how important and, like, respected you are is going to be determined by where you are on the totem pole, as far as the dragons are concerned, as opposed to, you know, anything else. So, it just depends on what you consider to be important in life and what you consider to be discardable. You know, if you're someone that's like, I believe that every man, woman, and child should be treated as equal, and that social mobility is important, and the dissolution of class, most places in the Warhammer world are probably gonna be kind of a bummer. But if you're someone that's like, I just don't want to die, if I could just not die, that would be great. Man, hell, man, I've got some great real estate for you. Like, several places. So it just depends. More upgrades. And the important thing is that's also like the dangers of something like the Chaos Gods, like the likes of Tzeentch, for instance, is you have a god like Tzeentch who's whispering in people's minds and souls about like offering things like an escape from those restrictions or ways to better their station in life and avoid the various pits and traps of the system that they're a part of now. Yada yada yada. So yeah. Blessings, Sotek. A stretch, but how nice would it be if we got unique models for Lizardman Bless units? Oh, because that would be pretty cool, my dude. I would say that I don't think that would ever happen in a million years. I think the best thing we could get from CA is if the Bless units had unique colorations because of their blessed spawning, so that the colors on their back scales and their head crests were unique based on what the blessed spawning kind of represented. So like, oh, is it a blessed spawning of Waddle? Is it a blessed spawning of Chotek? Is it a blessed spawning of whoever? So like, if they had like a really nice specific color code system, I think that would be pretty hype. But would we actually see that? Hard to say. Fanciful Bread, just a thought from the last Cathay stream. What if there would have been no more new Dragon Children due to the lack of magic after the Cataclysm? That's possible. That could definitely be possible. I would say that it is... there is a really fun theory you could spin about that the dragons are personally suffering quite a bit from the lack of magic in the world due to the, what the elves have done. And that's why, like, they're not able to have any true offspring. That could be really, that could be a really, really fun concept to explore. I think there'd be a lot of really strong and fun storytelling there. Alright, now comes the fun part where we just start blowing stuff up. Nice fat herdstone right in the mountains. You'll love to see it. Deadly Onslaught, and then we want thick-skinned. Morghur, we're going to teleport to Albion next turn. Tarux is still building up power. He's still charging his lasers. But I think we got enough dread cost to get more Minotaurs. Hell yeah, we did. Give me more Minotaurs with great weapons. So I can disband a unit of... let's get rid of a unit of Chaos one. What's our relationship with Scarbrand right now? I don't have enough money. That's the problem. Okay, that's fine. We'll build up some money. You've offended me? No, you haven't. Where would I want to live? If I could live anywhere in the Warhammer world, I would probably live... it's so fucking hard. I mean, if I was, like, transported there in 2501, I don't fucking know. I feel like it wouldn't really matter because I'm going to die anyway. But if I got to go there and I got to choose, like, the time, I would probably want to live, like, in Lothern or Safari. Somewhere... I would want to live somewhere safe that does not get invaded very often. And has a lot of very well-educated people with a lot of wizards. That would be my overall criteria. Marienburg? Marienburg is somewhere that gets attacked fairly often. And also has the extreme misfortune of... you know what the problem with Marienburg is? The Dutch. After all their naming conventions... everything that they're mainly built around is Dutch. Absolutely not. I wouldn't be able to pronounce a single fucking thing in that place. That would be a nightmare. You kidding? What about Prague? No! God, no. Why would you want to go to Prague? The city, like, Prague is a damned city. You do not want to go to Prague. Unless you're going to Prague, like, way before the Great War Against Chaos. In which case, okay, I can kind of see the argument. But, like, pre or, like, post-War Against Chaos? Absolutely not. How safe is Cathay? Relatively, but it's hard to say. We don't have, like, a lot of specifics about, like, day-to-day life. What about the middle of Cathay? I mean, it might be all right. It might also suck. I don't know. We don't have a lot of answers. Bro, I like Scarbrand's kind of global empire here. I need to do what I can to support it. So I can get me some sexy beast boys. Dwarves are a regional power? Not for long, they're not. Not if I have anything to say about it. The safest place is Sylvania? Sure. Sure. I mean, maybe if you have a strong enough vampire fetish, maybe you can kind of rationalized yourself into being like, I want to be here. This is fine. This is fine. This one, yeah, we want the Incarnate Elemental. Okay. Sure, I'll raise a Hearthstone in Albion, why not? I should have put it in Conquata, but I can't be bothered. Alright, Tarks, if you could make sure that they don't get reestablished behind me, that would be swell. Oh, I may have to play this one personally. Look at this, we're gonna put Aura of Madness on Tarks. So he's gonna deal Morghur of damage. he's gonna deal damage over time to all enemy units that have 50% or lower leadership around him. Doesn't that just sound fun? Let's give minus armor to... We can give it to some of our great weapon Minotaurs to just make them absolutely fucking terrifying. Let's give more melee attack to, let's say, the Butchers of Kalkengard. And then more armor piercing on some of our regular Minotaurs. Oh, nice! With all the stuff, I don't even have to fight it. Delicious. Good job, Tarux. Good job. Aren't you just the biggest special boy? Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Phil 5,991 cheered. X100. So are you more of an epic fantasy fan or a low, grubby fantasy guy?
I think I enjoy both, but for different reasons. I don't think one is necessarily superior to me over the others. As long as the storytelling is good, I don't really care. Because, like, my knee-jerk reaction to that would be to say, oh, I think I tend to prefer, like, low, grubby fantasy. But, like, I really like Age of Sigmar. And Age of Sigmar is so over-the-top, grandiose, crazy bullshit that, like, the only way I can describe it when I'm talking to people about it is I call it space opera. Because it's, like, it's that level of just insane. But I fucking love it, and I think it's super good. So if I were to be like, oh, well, I prefer when it's low, well, then I'm obviously just, like, lying to myself and everyone else in the room. So I would say that I don't really mind as long as the story is fun and I'm having a good time with it. I don't really care about the specifics. So yeah. I think that's all I have to say on that particular front. You know, I definitely enjoy I mean, I enjoy all of them, just for different reasons. I wouldn't say that one leaps out at me as like, ah, this is clearly the superior version. It just depends. Okay, I don't need more Skulls of Arcos. It's a good item. It's a good item, but I don't... I would kill for Creative Assembly to change the item system so I can at least pick the type of item I'm randomizing for. It feels like there are some campaigns you get into where the game's like, alright, tell you what, bro, I'm gonna spawn you like this one, I'm gonna spawn you arcane items. And for the entire fucking campaign, you're only gonna get arcane items. Like, that's it. That's all you're gonna get. And it's like, I don't need that many arcane items. I really wish they would just let you pick which ones you want instead of forcing you to just choke on whatever they just give you. Oh my good god. It's so funny. I don't need this many Lich standards, thank you. Please, God. Oh, lordy. Yeah, max tier Death Gorge. There they are! Oh, I want the Corn Minotaur so bad. They cost 41 allegiance points, though. Which is really expensive. Robert Razor, thank you for the super chat. Alright, another fuck, marry, kill. Marathi, Neferata, and Ariel. I would... I'm having a really hard time choosing between killing Marathi and killing Neferata, I'm gonna be honest. Definitely would kill one of them. I would marry Ariel. Even though I don't know how that would work with, you know, Orion. I don't know what the specifics of that would entail. But I would marry Ariel. I would probably kill Marathi, and I'd fuck Neferata. That would probably be my go-to list. I think we can just start speeding up.
A quest has been issued, mighty lord.
A quest has been issued. Great. I am not going to do that for a really long time. I just can't be bothered. Alright. Hey, we got max tier upgrades. Nice. Oh, there are Dark Elves starting to show up. I really would not mind peace with Kimmler so that I could focus my efforts on Empire bullshit, but it's fine. It's whatever. Let's get Trader Ken going up. I think this is the end of Corone. Maybe. Yeah! The Bretonnians are dead! The lady's children are no more. And I'm gonna unleash that big old ritual so that Albion cannot be refounded by anyone. I'll turn it into a desolate hellhole where only the wilds exist. Well, that's a problem. Just buff all our big dudes. Fuck, marry, kill Lord Croak, Mazda Mundi, and Tehenowin? What kind of depraved fucking list is that? I don't fucking know, dude. Why are you trying to force me to betray my people like this? I mean, can you kill Lord Croak? I feel like I would pick Lord Croak because you can't actually kill him. So I feel like that would be my way to try and like sneak around that. Would be that I'm gonna pick him because he's already dead. So he's not gonna care. He's not gonna care if he dies again. So I would kill Lord Croak. I I guess fuck Dehenowin and I feel like Mazdamundi, maybe, I don't know, maybe weird like mind shenanigans could happen with Mazdamundi. I don't know, maybe he could use his brain to do some weird shit. But I don't know, I don't feel like Dehenowin would be a good partner, to be honest. Like, he would just be purely obsessed with killing Skaven, which, you know, fair. But Mazdamundi also would like, decisions. Yeah, I think I'd kill Croak, marry Mazdamundi, and fuck Dehenowin, I guess. I guess. Though I don't know how that's gonna work. Lizardmen don't fucking have reproductive organs, so like, it's gonna be kind of boring. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like we just end up talking a bunch, regardless of who I pick. Especially go ahead and get more Gorgons while we're at it. And don't fucking judge me, y'all the ones asking weird ass questions. I don't want to hear a fucking thing from y'all. We'll get more harpies, but I think I'll eventually replace the harpies with a cockatrice and maybe another unit of Zongors, potentially, possibly. No, I'm not gonna do that. I feel like Scarbrand's about to lose his capital, and that's gonna make me really sad. Been thinking about getting into Age of Sigmar. Any books recommend to start with? If you don't know anything about Age of Sigmar whatsoever, and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing, I just want to read the lore, I would pick up any of their short story collection books, because those are always a really good place to start. So like Sacrosanct and Other Stories, Oaths and Conquests, Myths and Revenants, The Hammer and the Eagle, any of those, or any of their books that they advertise as like a collection of stories, I think are going to be totally fine and make for a really good starting place, because you'll get to like learn about the setting as a whole, as opposed to focusing on like one particular concept that you might not enjoy. If there's a particular faction that you think might catch your fancy and you're like, oh, I want to know about this particular faction, then I could give you a more specific recommendation. Yeah, I generally always recommend the short story collections if you don't know where you want to start. Swear, these Empire dudes are spawning like new settlements as fast as I can kill them. I need to bring more people north. Goddamn Empire, they act more like Skaven. Nice. Okay, the only settlements left under this ritual are dwarf stuff. Okay, luckily, Morghur is pretty close by. We'll go to the edge of the land here, so that way I can just underway my way back across. No, I don't. I don't want to build shit there. You know what? Sure. As long as we're working together to get rid of Empire shit, fine. I don't care. I'm a little surprised that the changeling. Never mind. I'm not gonna. Okay. Cool. I don't really care about Kimmler. I think I'm just gonna leave Bretonnia. I don't need to be in Bretonnia anymore. Is Gotrek an Age of Sigmar? Yes, though the thing about Gotrek is I would deeply discourage you from reading Gotrek series until you have finished Gotrek and Felix. The Gotrek series assumes that you've read Gotrek and Felix, even though, like, they do this really annoying thing with their books where, like, I love the writers. Darius Hinks, not Darius Hinks, David Geimer. David Geimer did a really, really good job writing a lot of Gotrek and Felix books and a lot of Gotrek books. He, like, killed it, and he did a really good job, and I fucking love a lot of his stories. And as well as the people that wrote the follow-up books. Which, was it Darius Hinks? Yes, it was. Yeah, Darius Hinks wrote the first trilogy of Gotrek and the Gotrek novels. I love those books. They're super duper phenomenal and they're a really fun read. But they did this really annoying thing where, like, they tried to write the books in the sense that they're meant to be like standalone books that are not exactly like, oh, you read this one, then this one, then this one. It's like, oh no, you can read them in any order you want, which I personally really dislike when they do that, because the books are not as good if you don't know what's going on, which sounds kind of obvious, but so it leads to this annoying thing where, like, some of the books are kind of frustrating because you can kind of feel it's like, oh, it's sort of just dropping you into a story without much, like, just kind of assuming you'll figure it out. But at the same time, it's like, if you haven't read the books that come before it, you're missing, like, a shit ton of context. So the books end up wasting, like, a lot of time trying to re-explain themselves every goddamn time, which gets really annoying really fast. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to get to, and I just keep rambling my way around it, is that the Gotrek and Felix series ultimately is significantly better and such a better read if you understand what the fuck is going on. And you're not going to understand what's going on in the Gotrek series unless you have finished Gotrek and Felix. Because the amount in the book that you will just flat out not understand, like, it'll make references to certain kinds of characters or concepts or ideas, and you'll be like, okay, cool. Whereas if you were a Gotrek and Felix fan who's read all the books, you'd be like, oh my god, it's that fucking thing. So, yeah.
Feed.
I'm completely new to it. Been really into 40k last few years in the old world. Just wanted to give AOS a go. Seems interesting. We'll take a look at the stories you mentioned. Well, if you're used to 40k and you really like greenskins, for orcs and goblins, or greenskins, or whatever you want to call them, a book it's fun. It does a pretty good job of showing why the goblins, in particular, are really fucking scary. There's a book called Gloomspite by Andy Clark that focuses on the Gloomspite Gits. And it very heavily will detail to you why the goblins in fantasy are fucking terrifying. I don't need my allies in this fight. Like, they are a genuine nightmare faction, and why, like, one of the things that I often criticize about 40k is the fact that 40k tends to focus on just orcs, and that's it. Like, that's the only greenskin subspecies that really matters. The others are kind of more like, you know, little jokes like the Gretchens and stuff. Whereas in fantasy, the goblins are debatably... well, no. I would say the goblins, if you really want to be blunt, are significantly more terrifying than the orcs. Where the orcs, like, they're fucking nightmarish because they're big and they're loud and they can, they can just destroy anything in front of them. And stopping a tide of orcs, or an orc wah, or oryx as they're called in Age of Sigmar, is extremely difficult at the best of times. But the goblins, the grots as they're known in Age of Sigmar, are so much more sinister because they're not obvious. You know, they're a much more subtle threat until it's too late. And by the time it's too late and you realize that you have a significant problem that is going to be very difficult to solve or prevent, you're already dead, son. Like, game over. Your time has passed. And you're all gonna get turned into horrible mushroom monsters, or you're gonna be eaten alive, or you're going to be tortured for fun, or yada yada yada. You know, it's like, it's kind of the old thing of like, you know, if orcs get you, well, you know, whatever. More than likely, the orcs are just going to kill you. Then and there, they're just going to stab you and tear you apart. If you're, or you know, if you're particularly unlucky, maybe they'll eat you alive. And if you're super unlucky, it might be a very unusually smart tribe that might enslave you. But that's going to be incredibly rare. Whereas with goblins, if the average goblin, like not even a particularly notable or famous one, just your very standard basic bitch gobbo gets you, you are in for just the biggest nightmare of a time that you can possibly imagine. Like, you're dead, son. And like, you're gonna be tortured, and it's gonna be horrible and awful. And there's a pretty likely chance you're not even gonna get to die. Especially the Age of Sigmar Grots. They have a big thing for turning people into living mushroom stalks. And the mushrooms are perpetually kept... if you have any kind of magical talent, there's a character called Scragrot, who's like the big bad of the Grots. And his whole thing is that he is trying to predict where a lunatic borderline demon moon is gonna like randomly end up, because it just like wanders around the heavens and does random shit. And the way he tries to predict where it's gonna go is that he runs around capturing anybody that has any kind of magical or prophetic talents, and then he has them taken back to his little kingdom, which is secreted away in kind of like a pocket dimension, which makes it really fucking difficult to get to. And within said pocket dimension, he puts them through a process that transforms them into living giant mushroom stalk creatures that all they can do is scream in agony and essentially like vomit out prophecies nonstop forever. And he has little goblins that run around, record everything they're saying, and tries to kind of coalesce all that information into figuring out where Debadman's going to show up next. Which is pretty fucking nightmarish. Not a good way to go, as they say. Not a good way to go. But that's Gobos for you. Where should we summon Kazrak? I guess we should summon him at Brass Keep. That'd be good. That way he can burn down Middenheim. He'd like that. I've read until Zombie Slayer. Still need to read Road of Skulls, Serpent Queen, Kinslayer, Slayer, etc. Yeah, Zombie Slayer is... Oh, am I crashing? Nope. Okay, there we go. Zombie Slayer is the last book in the main series. Other than, you know, Slayer and Kinslayer, which end off the series, so you want to read those ones last. Oh, there we go. Peace Treaty with Kimmler. Perfect. Good. Now I can just focus my efforts on... I can just focus my efforts on the Empire now. Let's get campaign movement. No, he lost Death Gorge. God damn it, I invested so much effort into that. That's really annoying. Damn dwarfs! I guess we'll have to send Taurix down to help out Daddy Scarbrand. Because, you know, Team Corn, right? Gotta help out Team Corn. So yeah, I guess we'll just send Taurix south. Why not? Let's get rid of the archers. We're gonna pick up 2 Gorgons! Can I afford any more Minotaurs? Yes, I can! We're just going all Minotaur. That way we can just smash anything we run into along the way. I don't like this dwarf army that's building up against me. 65. Shouldn't it be 100? Or is there some kind of like big debuff? I get, he must have some kind of debuff if I'm in his territory. We can go ahead and perform this ritual just because I don't want to risk the dwarves stopping it. Nice. Would it be better to underwaste? Yeah, it would be better to underway. Kazrak, you can pick up these nerds. And kaboom! Kazrak announces his arrival with a big ol' massacre. You'll love to see it. Alright, we want to spec you into Best Gores. For sure. What do I think of Pestigores? I think Pestigores are fucking awesome. They're really strong. They do really, really well. At least when I use them, they do quite well for themselves. So I am quite happy on average with their performance. And they look really cool, and they fill a really nice niche, giving you some like really solid armor-piercing troops that are surprisingly durable. I think a lot of people underestimate how durable they are. Okay, I do need to build a new thing. Scarbrand, where is a safe settlement? Oh, you have missions for me, I see. Drycha's awfully close by. Oh, I get 16 if I kill this dwarf? Hell yeah. Oh, no, that was... Never mind. That wasn't the exciting thing. That was boring. Where is somewhere where Scarbrand is relatively safe? Probably Carrick Norn? Yeah. No one will mess with him there. Hopefully. Yeah, and you're going to be sitting here for a few turns, so that's fine. Okay. Alright, all of our characters are kind of zooming in on the Empire here. What is Cetra doing in Everland? He's just hanging out. Yeah, sure. Chaos Tide. I am all for the Chaos Tide. Team Chaos, let's go! So we've got a Zinch buddy with the Changeling. We've got Scarbrand. We've got Nakari, and we've got Archaon and Wolfric. So we've got the only thing we're missing is a Nurgle buddy. Lore fact from Bang Porpoise. How often are crusades for the Empire nightly houses? Always hear about great hunts for the Knights Panther or the White Wolves, but not sure if Crusaders are more of a Bretonian concept compared to the Empire. My favorite ship is Thrawn Ikit. Good lord. Forbidden Minds, Forbidden Love. Jesus Christ. I would say that, generally speaking, you are going to be looking at, sorry, my brain short-circuiting there for a second. What was the question? Crusade? So, the Crusades were a specific time in the history of the world. And that was when, very specifically, a bunch of different factions made up of knights from Bretonia and the Empire decided to go down, kick ass and chew bubblegum all across Estalia and Talea in order to, and then Araby, in order to free them from the machinations of the Sultan Jafar. That being said, since those times, there is often groups from the various knightly orders that, for whatever reason, will go off and run down south to attack Nehakara, or they'll attack maybe like some land near Araby, or they'll go up against like a group of mutants they've discovered, or they'll go up against the likes of the Beastmen or whatever, like all sorts of different things. and that happens a lot, because, to put it bluntly, a lot of the times when you're dealing with, oh my good god, that is so many bears. All right, this will be fun. This will be fun, an actual fight. Bring it on, harlot. At the end of the day, a significant amount of the knightly orders are made up of extremely wealthy nobles that are bored, and they really enjoy violence and fighting, and, you know, getting into big shit fights with other, you know, groups and nations and stuff. So for them, they tend to very much get involved in very bizarre, weird things all the time. So they will just attack places that, frankly, they don't really have any business being in, because it'll be fun, and they can earn glory and riches and prove how awesome they are, and yada yada yada. Typical noble nonsense. They are rich dudes with too much money and too much time, and who are surprisingly deadly, because they have really nice equipment, and they spend a lot of time practicing and training, because, once again, they're bored. It's so nice having, like, a heavy Zinch force with, like, magical creatures and stuff. I really like this army. Alright, time to start casting magic like a mad lad. If you could make yourself useful and go kill that. You go kill that. You go kill that. You fly down here. I don't have a defensive spell, do I? Not really. Alright, let's send Malagor down into the fray, because I'm getting shot. Make yourselves useful. Let's make our Zongors super fucking scary. Look at all these Empire nerds. Cygors, take aim! You lot, fall back. Reform the line, lads! Reform the line! That's gonna be a devastating pendulum. Oof, oof, oof. More power! More power! Alright, send in the incarnates. kill him. Okay, I want 2 Zongors on each flank. Why is there a little Grum just sitting there? Kill that. And I'm gonna go plant my big butt down here. Stop moving. Kill them. Should be wrapping up any second here. Go, 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 go. Make yourselves useful. Run over that way. Yeah, y'all did your job, cool. More birds! More sides! Death and chaos! Let me tell this general it's time for him to go. Yeah, that's what I thought. Can the Beastmen get monogod lores? Not in any recent writings from Games Workshop. They've usually been pretty nitpicky about the Beastmen generally being undivided only, with very rare exceptions. In Age of Sigmar, you could get Zongor Shamans, and Zongor Shamans have the ability to use Zinch magic, but we know that Games Workshop feels very strongly that those Zongors are specific to AOS only. They're not part of Fantasy. I would personally say that it is not at all a stretch to say that you would run into Beastmen Shamans who could use their respective, the different god lores, so long as they were the appropriate type of Beastman. So like a Zongor Shaman, a Pestigor Shaman, and a Slongor Shaman. I think all of those are completely reasonable things to have in the setting. And that they should be able to use the lore of their god. However, that's not super well supported by any writing that Games Workshop has put out in a long fucking time. So from Games Workshop, the answer would be no. I would say, like, I think it'd be fine, personally. In fact, there's something I could check here in a second once this turn phases over, or turn runs over. Tarek's defeat trait should be flight because the Red Bull gives you wings. Haha. I need to add a rim shot. I need to add sound effects onto my stream deck. I have a stream deck and I barely use half of it. I need to add like a bunch of stuff. Shouldn't Tomb King Skeleton Warriors dumpster vampire skeletons in a fair match since one is just a puppet and the other has at least a little bit of their old self? No, not really. I mean, to be fair, in tabletop, I believe they have the exact same stats, I think. But I would say that generally speaking, no, not really. Because Tomb King skeletons do not have any of their old personality or training. They are barely functioning borderline automatons. No, they are automatons, to be frank, actually. Like, they do not have any real form of sentience or the capability of really even talking. They were basically left with the absolute bare minimum of their faculties intact. I mean, Tomb King skeletons on tabletop have a worse weapon skill stat than goblins. To put that into perspective, they are horrible at close combat unless they get buffed. If they are empowered by the lore of Nehakara, or there is a Tomb Prince or a Tomb King or a Lich Priest nearby, if there is something that is actively empowering them, restoring them to the speed and skill and ability that they wielded in life, then they become significantly scarier. But generally speaking, you are probably not gonna no, generally speaking, they tend to be pretty garbo compared to like most things out there. That being said, the vampire count undead are barely better, if at all better, to be frank. Oh right, I was gonna check that thing real quick. I could actually kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. I want to say, oh, thank you for the hydration reminder. I want to say that vampire count undead or skeletons were the same stat, but that might not be true. Let me see. No, yeah, they're the exact same. Yeah, vampire count skeletons and Tomb King skeletons were the exact same in tabletop. They're carbon copies of each other. However, vampire skeletons can only be buffed by spells or like a corpse cart, right? There has to be like some kind of magical thing directly influencing them. Tomb King skeletons can get ridiculously buff if there is if there's like a Tomb Prince or a Tomb King just near them. Doesn't even have to have magic. But anyway, to answer your question about Bray Shamans, if I go here to Bray Shamans and Great Bray Shamans, when they could take marks of any god. No, okay, yeah. So I just thank you for the wall. That woke me up. So yeah, no. Even in the end times, when the Beastmen got really expanded rules and they were allowed to do a lot more than they normally were, they were not allowed to take the god-specific lores of magic. They had to do they had to just do their normal lores of magic. So I would say that, yeah. So from Games Workshop, the answer is very strongly no. You may not have shamans that know the god-specific lores, and they've been very consistent about that for a really long time. And I mean, I can see the argument. You know, like I could absolutely see the argument that, you know, the dark gods do not favor the Beastmen as their children. They tend to ignore them and don't really empower them that much, which is why in the vast majority of the editions, the Beastmen can't even take marks of the dark gods. The only thing they're allowed to do is like the mark of undivided. That's it. They can't do anything else. So I definitely see, you know, the consistency there, so to speak. I do want some hounds in the army. If you're playing Kazakh, you gotta have at least 1 or 2 units of hounds. Why does the Vampire Coast not have skeletons? Because the Vampire Coast is purely themed around waterlogged zombies. The recently dead. The vampire count on dead are all supposed to be very heavily conceptually based on the idea of a bunch of sailors and people who have died at sea that have very recently got up and staggered into the jungle and joined up with the Vampire Coast. And they're like, the way I used to teach people about the difference between Tomb King Dead and Vampire Count Undead is I often use the terms wet undead versus dry undead, being that you had like the very recently deceased kind of gross, slimy corpses of the of like, you know, the recently deceased being your zombies and all that stuff, and like your skeletons are like really like moldy from the grave and like have recently come up and yada 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 yada. And it's a very similar thing for the other guys. My brain. The Vampire Coast. Except for the Vampire Coast are like the absolute extreme of just wet, gross, slimy undead. Because you're getting the ocean involved, and the ocean is fucking disgusting. Like just obscene levels of just bleh. Which skeletons are a little too dry and dusty for that. You know, they don't have the right humidity levels. That being said, if you were working in universe, like you were using like a roleplay type scenario or whatever, could you have skeletons in the Vampire Coast? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there'd be very little, if any, issues with that. It's just not thematic to the way Games Workshop wants to portray them on the tabletop game.
Who's up here?
Hello, hello. How you doing, Wolfspall? Can I win this? I mean, yes. I would say we're in a very comfortable position right now. We're literally just finishing off the Empire factions because Karl Franz just keeps running around to the different ruins I'm leaving behind and like reestablishing Empire settlements in them. So like the Empire has been like a fucking plague that just won't die. I mean, it's partially my own fault because I haven't fired off this ritual. Oh good, Oslin's dead. If I had fired off this ritual already, like the Empire would be dust. I've been stubborn and haven't haven't been doing my job of making sure to build herd stones and properly seal off the settlements. Because I keep being like, oh, I can make this ritual a little bit bigger. Goodbye, Franz. Because like literally every time I catch up with one of his big armies and I squash it, he builds a settlement almost immediately near, like right next door. Or a new army and just goes back to being a pain in my ass. It's okay though. His death is coming now very quickly because I now have a shitload of beastmen crawling all over what's left of the Empire to wipe it out. As is tradition. The end times are cometh. And now we're just gearing up Kazrak with lots of nasty troops to prepare him to start smashing people left and right. And not in a sexy way. Oh, I need to get him some characters, don't I? I'm just waiting for this dwarf to come out of Zufbar. Like, he's just sitting here and I'm just waiting for him. I think we'll wait until we blow up Krudenwald and Hergig, and then we'll pull the trigger on that ritual. And Tarox is just running south as fast as he can, because my goal is to help out Skarbrand, who's being attacked by the dwarfs, which I do not like. I want these dwarves to fucking come out and play with me. Play with me! I feel like I'm talking about my dog. what settlement is that? Monolith of Catan? Sure, there's no threats to you there. It's fine, whatever.
Phil 5991 cheered. X100. Other than Warhammer, what other universes have caught your eye over the years?
What other universes have caught my eye over the years? Lord of the Rings, World of Warcraft, or just the Warcraft universe. I think it's called Sword and Sorcery, maybe? The one that Wizard's First Rule is from. Which I definitely read that at way too young of an age. The Wood Elves are about to go apeshit. That's not good. That's not good. What was I gonna say? Trying to think whichever the ones like really leaped out at me as well. The Full Metal Alchemist universe, which, I mean, that's more of just an anime, but like anything that has remotely to do with that setting, I devour and consume it like I'm fucking gluttony. No hesitation. Just put it all in my mouth. I don't have a good Shadow Shaman running around. I think that's all the ones I can think of off the top of my head. Like, I have a fleeting kind of interest in Star Wars. It comes and goes. Sometimes I really enjoy it. Sometimes I'm kind of like, meh. So it just sort of depends on, like, what's going on at the given time. But there have been times that I've been very entertained by it. And, like, I'll consume a fair bit of media. The SCP universe. Fucking love SCP universe. It's great. It's super fun. Always enjoyable to read about. I'm starting to feel the itch to care more about Final Fantasy XIV's universe than is probably healthy. So that's happening. Check out your highlighted comment. What? For who to have kids, Spartan? What character is that about? Oh, Miao Ying. For Miao Ying to become pregnant, would she have to stay in human form for 9 months? Would it be faster because magic dragon? I don't fucking know. I mean, okay, I will say this. It would be logical that she would probably need to stay in human form the entire time. But you could very easily say, no, magic, because magic, and in your because magic explanation you say, no, she doesn't need to do that because magic. She can very easily just use magic to, like, protect the baby, and then she goes into dragon form and yada yada, and I would be like, alright, cool, yeah, alright. Like, I can't argue against that. Now, what I will say is Miao Ying could probably effortlessly have a child significantly faster than you would expect, because she is a very, very powerful life wizard. And using Gairan, she would be able to complete the, we'll call it gestation process, by enhancing it with her sorcery to make it much quicker than you would probably expect. Which is both fascinating and vaguely gross. Yeah, that would be my answer to that. But as far as, like, oh, could she turn into dragon form during it? Your guess is as good as mine, dude. I don't think you're gonna get like a really nice, clean, easy answer to that. That would be a really interesting question for Andy. So if you catch him streaming, like if he's doing one of his streams before the Rookery podcast where he allows like AMAs, or if you just go into his Discord and ping him, I wouldn't do it today, but maybe do it in like 2 or 3 days. You might be able to get a response from him. And if you do, that would you probably get an interesting answer. All right, I'm just gonna start raising herdstones wherever I can, because it seems that the Empire is fucking determined to just keep repopulating these settlements unless I force him to stop by just grinding every settlement to like fucking dust beneath my heel. Yeah, foe runner. Or forerunner, rather. I think I'm actually going to keep this guy on foot because I want to run him with the Bestigors. Evoy. Oh, I got Scourge. Okay. Where is Kasrak? There it is. Give me Scourge. Oh, just occurred to me that I hadn't equipped him with items yet. I'll take a potion of toughness for the moment. Let's get rid of these Dragonbane gems. Get rid of the Pigeon Plucker pendant and the Obsidian trinket. Get rid of the Scepter of Stability and the Power Stone. Get rid of the potions of toughness because we got the potion of healing. Here, you can have the Armor of Fortune for the moment, and we'll give you... Get rid of the Trickster Shards. The Axe of Men. Ooh, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Makes you cause terror and be unbreakable for 46 seconds. And you can use it quite a few times. And it gives sundering attacks. Let's slap that on Tarux until we get his actual axes. That is not bad. What else can we get rid of here? Let's get rid of the Wand of Jets. Get rid of another Trickster Shards. Oh, Horn of the First Beast. Whoa, okay, that's nice. All right, we'll put that on Kazrak. That's a really good buff item. That's super good. Featherfoe, Torque, and yeah, we can get rid of this other potion of toughness. It's fine. Double Brass Cleaver. I don't hate the Brass Cleaver. Let's combine a Fencer's Blade with a Brass Cleaver. Another Horn of the First Beast. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Let's slap... Wait, what does this do again? I mean, plus 10 melee defense alone is, like, fucking insane. Also gives a really fat buff to melee attack locally. Alright, let's slap one of those on Morghur. And then for Kazrak... I don't really have any great talismans. Is a bit of a bummer. Hey, Chalice of Dark Rain, I'll take that. I'll take that. It's not perfect, but I'll take it. And then we'll go to his Bray Shaman. Actually, let's go to... Yeah, okay, let's go to his Bray Shaman. We're going to have his Bray Shaman, the Brass Cleaver, and the Helm of Discord. And the Potion of Healing, so he's like a really nice support character. And then for his Wargore, we'll go the Pendant of Slash, Armor of Fortune, Axes of Korgor... Oh, no, yeah, Sword of Bloodshed's fine. And then... Once again, I don't have any talismans. Okay. Book of Assure. Very nice. Just looking for characters that have, like, missing slots. We have a lot of weapons. Does anyone need a weapon that doesn't have what you do? We can do the Axes of Korgor on you. It'll make you a better fighter. And then, Kazrak, do you have ancillaries? You do not. Let's give you Gift of Chaos. I need to create some things for you. Actually, Ungor Whelp is good. Then we want the Banner of Madness, Banner of Holy Exaltation, and Battle Scarred. And the Ungor. Yep. Yep. Okay, cool. Yep. 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 All right, and then we go back in here. So we get the Battle-Scarred Ungor Raider for the campaign movement. And then we pick up Banner of Unholy Exaltation and Banner of Madness. Hell yeah. Banner of Madness is super fucking good. That's a god tier item. Okay, good. Okay, that's a really solid turn. I'm fucking tired of waiting for these dwarfs to do anything. Let's just go start blowing up his other stuff. Why don't you grab another point and we can get earthing. We're gonna go run off and start blowing up shit over here because the dwarf's just gonna sit there and mock me. Is it faster for you to run or to underway? No, it's faster to run. So we're gonna run over here. What is the situation with the ogres? Pretty decent, actually. The ogres seem friendly with who I'm friendly with. Greenskins seem to like me. Ogres seem to like me. That's fine. Kimmler still doesn't. One thing I discovered about the game that I actually found pretty disappointing, and I hope I've been petitioning them to fix, is I actually found it really kind of disappointing that apparently a lot of the factions that in the game that have some kind of mechanic revolving around if they have a mechanic that revolves around, like, oh, they get a diplomacy buff towards a certain race. So like Heinrich Kimmler gets a bunch of diplomacy buffs for chaos factions. Azhag the Slaughterer gets diplomacy buffs towards undead factions, etc. Those diplomacy buffs only activate if the player is playing those factions. If the AI is playing any of those factions, they don't get the diplomacy buffs. And I think that's really fucking dumb and they need to fix it. Which is why, if you're playing a chaos faction, Kimmler will never like you, because you have the aversion. Here, I can actually show you. You can see here, I have the aversion with Kimmler, but I don't have any of the buffs. So Kimmler is supposed to have like a plus 20 or plus 40, but instead he only has the minus 40. Same thing for if you're playing the undead and you want to be friends with Azhag. What is happening? Oh, okay. Where, like, if you're like, oh, I want to play Vlad von Karstein and I want to be buddies with Azhag because he's like right there. Azhag doesn't get any diplomacy buffs with you if he's the AI. He'll just like fucking hate your guts because he just has the aversion stuff, which fucking sucks and I hate it. Bouncing Eel 8, thank you for the super chat. Hey Sotek, do you think we may see non-chaotic beastmen in the old world? Yes. I think it's literally guaranteed at this point. No, I know it's guaranteed. The Tigermen of End and the Tigermen of End and the Monkey Warriors of the Monkey King, I would bet you a significant amount of money are not chaos aligned. They're just doing their own fucking thing and don't give a shit about anybody else. I do not think there's anything particularly chaos aligned about them. Which I think is really exciting. And I'm really interested to, you know, what they're going to do with that story, because there's a lot of really cool narrative things they could do with that. Because obviously that's going to be quite different from what we're used to, isn't it? Of Beastmen just always being considered, you know, a chaos thing. I think it will be kind of funny as well, because we're so used to the chaos stuff that it might even be a little weird in some cases. I think we might phase out all of our regular gores for marked gores. We also might phase out the Tuskgore chariots. Actually, I don't think I need that many Tuskgore chariots. I think Razor Gore chariots is fine. All right. Let's. I guess we could do some quick quest battles just to give us some more. I mean, do I need to though? How close are we to winning? Like if we're super close, then we could just keep bullying. And we got a little bit. So, you know, let's have a little bit of fun. So let's have Tarix go do his quest battle for the Rune Tortured Axes. What? Oh no, that's Grave Robbing. Okay. Oh yeah, Elder Scrolls. That's another universe I really enjoy. Elder Scrolls. Yeah, I like Elder Scrolls. It's fun. Murzad's Working Mischief. What are you doing? If Gork and Korn went 1v1 with each other, would the almighty war god crush the stupid green pest, or would the mighty Gork smoosh the pansy blood god? Korn would almost assuredly kick the shit out of Gork. I think Gork would put up a fight, but I don't think he would have a realistic chance of surviving. Maladol, the term Beastmen is very fuzzy. So like, it's not actually a helpful term. Beasts of Chaos is a more helpful term than Beastmen is. Because Beastmen could technically apply to a lot of things that you would not associate with the Beastmen roster, whereas Beasts of Chaos is actually much more specific because you're talking about beasts that serve chaos. Whereas, like, Beastmen, you could very accurately argue that, like, Beastmen, Lizardmen are Beastmen, Skaven are Beastmen, you know, the Fishmen are Beastmen, the Tigermen of End are Beastmen. Like, you could play that game for, like, 1,000 years, and be like, oh, well, these are all Beastmen, because they're beasts that are also men. And, like, my response would be, you are technically correct. But you're also, I would also say, but you're also wrong, because that's not what people mean by Beastmen. And everyone in this room knows that. It's very messy. Especially when you're dealing with, like, Skaven, which are considered by Games Workshop. I know Andy hates it, but I'm fine with it, but I know Andy doesn't like it. Where, like, Skaven are considered a Chaos faction. They are Chaos aligned. And so you've got, well, so, like, even then it's like they muddy it up very heavily. And then it's like, oh, well, how to, like, I don't know, the fucking, what was that, like, random ass explosion? Oh, it was the fire wizard. Okay, I was like, what the hell? Like, oh, is there a whole thing about, like the bull centaurs of Hashit? Are those Beastmen? To which the answer is kind of like, yes, but also no. Kill them all. No survivors, lads. No survivors. Kill everything! Gorgons, go smash that. Come back this way, boys. I have such an obscene amount of Winds of Magic with Beastmen, it's just funny. Reform the line! Reform the line! Commence the charge! Here come the greenskins. I forgot that you get greenskin allies in this fight. That's really funny. Coming for you, High Beastmaster. I actually love that they made it where Tarex can just explode steam everywhere. It's really fun. Gorgons, eat that Hydra. Go around some debuffs. Have the Gorbles deal with these nerds. Sweet pigs! Oh, Norskins. Great. You lot, go kill. I forgot how kind of silly this battle is. Come here, bitch. Traitor Ken! Oh my god, that giant just headbutted the shit out of my Gorgon. Get here. Time for the wolves to go. I still have 100 winds of magic in my power reserve. I have good power reserve. The thing that's bad about my shamans is their power recharge rate is pretty bad. Like 1%, 1 every 7 seconds is pretty slow considering how much magic we have. Alright, got our axes. Very nice. If I had to pick between Skaven or Beastmen to be transported to the real world, which would I rather have to deal with? Beastmen. Beastmen 1,000 times. Beastmen, 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 Beastmen. Beastmen tend to only really thrive in specific environments, being like the forest, generally speaking. And they're also ultimately a fairly savage race in the sense that they don't really embrace technology or advancement. They tend to be very stagnant and yeah, they're horrible and awful, but they would be super easy to deal with in most parts of the world because the forest wouldn't really be capable of sustaining them. And overall, they would just be much less bad. Skaven would be a fucking nightmare scenario for our world. Like, I genuinely cannot imagine a worse thing than Skaven, coming into our world. That would be fucking nightmare fuel. We would be so fucked. We would be so fucked. They would be everywhere. Oh my good god. It would be a plague. And they would be able to take advantage of the way our world works so quickly that it'd be game over, dude. Absolute game over.
X100. Who in the Warhammer world would be the hardest for Wulfric to go out to fight? Also, why do I imagine the way Wulfric getting Bretonians to fight him is saying what the French do in Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
So to answer your question, who would be the hardest for Wulfric to goad out to fight? Probably like Mazdamundi. The Slán would be quite resistant to the way that he like draws people into fights with him, because the way he draws people into fights is very much a magical effect. It's essentially it's a blessing from the dark gods that enables him to influence reality, so to speak, and to get someone to act irrationally, so to, you know, engage him in a fight when they normally wouldn't, or, you know, yada yada yada. And I would say that really, really powerful sorcerers of the Warhammer fantasy world, especially like a Slán. So you're dealing with like a very ancient, powerful wizard who's been around for millennia upon millennia and has kind of seen a lot of what Chaos has to offer as far as tricks to throw at it, and is also a very cold-blooded creature that is very difficult to bait into a fight. You know, there's not really anything you could say to Mazdamundi to goad him into fighting you, because the lizardmen frankly just aren't emotional creatures. Not in the sense that we understand. They're very slow to rise to anger. Mazdamundi is much more irate or like angry than many of his kind, but like compared to a human or most other forms of life, it's like very different. And Mazdamundi, like the way Mazdamundi would react to Wulfric's challenge would probably be to, if the challenge was enough to irritate Mazdamundi, which, you could argue that it could, if it was enough to irritate him, he would simply just crush Wulfric with just magic. Like, he would just obliterate him. I really don't think there's anything Wulfric could do to genuinely goad Mazdamundi into facing down with him. No, poison's gonna be way better, actually. Poison on Codex Man Rivers is like insanely good. That being said, it is pretty funny to imagine that there's somehow an incident of Wulfric pulling out such a Yo Mama joke about the old ones that it actually gets Mazdamundi enraged enough to like waddle off of his chair. I think we're good to perform this ritual. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna help Grom kill Elspeth here. Make sure she dies. I believe this is the last Empire faction still alive. No, Reichland is still alive? Oh my god, he's like up there being a little shit. It's fine, Malagor's right there. Stop him! Ugh. Not today, Satan. Yes, good. Reichland is dead. Praise be, praise be. Let's go ahead and grab Shadowhide, because I'll forget if I don't get it.
Phil 5,991 cheered. X100. No question. I just wanted to say how much of a boon TW has been to give a voice to so many of those characters who never did anything outside of army books. Don't you agree?
Oh yeah, I agree 1 kajillion billion %. Yeah, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Total War was a literal godsend for the Warhammer Fantasy universe. It doesn't, no matter what. Like, I don't care how you feel about the game. I don't care how you feel about anything. Like, if you care at all about Warhammer Fantasy, it is undeniably like a massive fucking influence on the survival of Warhammer. But also like just making it way more exciting and fun to be a part of. Oh, you got missions for me. Thorgrim Grudgebearer. Got it. I'm on it, big boss. That way I can get me some of them juicy, delicious, I can get me some of them tasty, what do you call it? I'm having a brain fart. Those tasty Minotaurs of Khorne. Yeah, I mean, Gorst is actually a good example. Like, as much as I like to clown on him and meme on him, like, Gorst went from a really shitty basic bitch character that nobody ever would have cared about under a million years, that 99.9 to the infinitesimal would have never even known about, to a pretty prolific vampire count character, that has, like, a full story, to him, with some interesting thoughts to be explored and, like, made into a relatively powerful figure. Now, I think, you know, it certainly does not fix the little bit of an issue of the whole thing of that it's unfortunate that we had to lose a very precious vampire count slot to Gorst, that would have been better spent on a different faction or a different character. But you know, that's just the way it is sometimes. So falls the High King. Good riddance. At least for the moment. But hey, that'll make Daddy Scarbrand happy. Demonic Vigor. Nice. Oh, I got Gorfy, so I don't actually need Trollhide anymore. Trollhide's so good, though. And I actually don't have armor that's better, but I guess we could put the Trollhide on, I guess we could put the Trollhide on Malagor. And give... Yeah, that's fine, actually. Okay. Yeah, you can have the Axe of Men. That's fine. Make Malagor, like, proper full power and scary. Ultimate power! Alright, Yeah, we'll do melee defense, that's fine. Alright, good. We just dealt a pretty big blow to the dwarfs there, so that's good. Alright, so the Empire is dead. There's literally only one thing remaining, and it's rather insignificant. So I guess I'll turn my attention to the dwarfs now. No, I want to get them in an ambush if I can. Or maybe I can wait until he tries to, like, take that thing. Get rid of all the gore herds, and I can get a Zongor. Oh, I actually don't want another Pestigore, because I just want 2 and 2. I guess I'll just take the Spearman. It's fine. Actually, no, some archers would probably be good. More archers would be nice. Yeah, I'll take more archers. What am I looking forward to most in tomorrow's Final Fantasy 14 stream? I mean, I'm looking forward to playing Dragoon, is what I'm looking forward to. I want to see how Dragoon actually works, and like all the new cool shit that I get. I think there's a reasonable chance I could get pretty close to finishing a Romy board tomorrow. If I've gauged out the timing of my brain right, if we do like a really long day stream. Maybe not, but like getting more into the main story will be nice. Like we're actually meeting important characters now, which is cool. Hoping they create a new character of a jade-blooded vampire. I hope they create a jade-blooded vampire queen who is the pirate queen of the Vampire Coast faction. I mean, obviously, you know, she's a vampire queen of the Pirates of Cathay, but I want that super duper badly. Because that would be awesome and it would make me very happy. Looks like they're going for Castle von Drakenhof, which I don't appreciate. That sounds awesome, doesn't it? Doesn't it just? I guess I could head over towards Zafar. We're gonna have Morghur haul ass this way. Kazrak's just gonna babysit here until Elspeth is dead. I have to make absolutely sure she's dead. But I guess I could do his quest battle while we're waiting. Make sure he's all geared up. Jarl Olav, thank you so much for the 15 months. Oh god. Ah, fuck. Ugh. I'm just gonna skip the speech because I'm more interested in shaving off time where I can. Oh, full Vanguard deployment is so sexy. Alright, we'll have the Bestigors. Actually, reinforcements come off from more this side. So we're gonna hit, our Bestigors hit this flank, led by the Wargor. And then our exotic Gore squad will hit this flank, led by Kazrak. We'll have the chariots and the dogs come in from this flank. We're going to kind of stack them a bit more. Bro, these Beastmen are about to get, like, absolutely blasted into, like, next century. And you're going to protect our archers. That is your job. Alright. I guess Kazakh should actually come in with the chariots, and we can have the sorcerer. We can have our wizard support the mixed Gore squad. Alright, that looks good. Go, 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 go. Well, this will be a fucking massacre. Ooh, we took actually a bit of a nasty charge up there. Okay, good. Well, we can let our wolves run them down. Graktar showed up like instantly. Graktar's like, holy shit, we're getting our asses kicked out there. Hurry up and reinforce. Let's have our Bestigors deal with this. That's super funny. I love Graktar just showed up like Oh my god, oh my god, we're getting obliterated out there. Oh, the beastmanity! Okay, let them just run. Then we can let the Pestigors help out here. Kill them all. If I remember right, he summons a Cygor here in a second. Or he gets a Cygor, rather. Oh! They changed the direction they come from. The Cygor used to come from the other way. That's interesting. You lot should be able to deal with that. A little shadow magic. On our Drakewald Spearmen. Oh, they're gonna slam right into us. That's alright. I can knock their melee attack down by a bunch, which will make it a little less bad. Tell our archers to back up, send our wizard in, and we can stack the Helm of Discord to make their melee attack like 0. Yeah, melee attack, melee defense 0. Perfect. Okay, Kazrak, you need to go kill Bossman. Everyone else needs to go help with that fight. Kark's Man Rippers, you're gonna go out that way. You lot are gonna go there. He should be able to get rid of these guys, no problem. Just gonna make sure we clear out this whole area. I'll finish those chaos spawn off. Ooh, rallied right at the finish line. Look at you. Okay, why don't we all head for this? Okay, and with this, I'll get rid of the last of his ammo, so he won't be able to shoot us anymore. Kazrak's on top of his old boss. Ugh, get uphill. Just the thud. Swing my sorcerer up this way. Bring chariots around to try and pin in these chariots. Chase those minotaurs off. We're gonna go over this way. Kazrak's winning pretty handedly, so that's good. Our Warghur can pop Bloodlust on the Pestigors. I can Horn the First Beast myself for a big bonus to my melee attack. Our wizard's coming up here, so we can make sure to slow down this big boy to make sure he's gonna die. We're just gonna slap him with all the debuffs. Enjoy your suffering, Mr. Cygor. And then I'm gonna haul ass. Ooh, okay. I'm taking a bit of a. He's fighting back. He's fighting back pretty good. Oh, I've got it because he's unbreakable too. I think Kazrak's got it pretty handily under control, but still like. Oh, he's gonna get a charge. Oof. Get up. Get up. Poison deals damage over time now? What? Wait, where's that? Oh, no, okay, that's a special effect for this mission. I was like, what the fuck? Poison was already insane. Why did it get buffed? Okay, never mind. That was just for this quest battle. Alright, cool. So we got the Dark Mail. What would the Chaos Dwarfs do if they encountered Ifrit? They would capture him and bind him in some way so that they could farm his ass for resources like nobody's tomorrow. It would not go good for Ifrit, especially because he'd be like, ah, fire, and the Chaos Dwarfs would be like, oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Which non-demon character in Warhammer history likely has the highest kill count of all time? Personal kills only, not on their behalf. Probably Lord Croak. It'd either be Lord Croak or Mazdamundi. It would be a wizard character. You could argue it might be someone like Kolek Suneater or one of the Dragon Kids, but like Lord Croak wiped out so many demons, it was just stupid. Legitimately stupid. It's hard to imagine anyone topping him. But you like, it would depend on what you counted as kills as well. Like you could be cheeky if you want to be like, it only counts if they're like dead, not demons. Like demons don't count because they're not actually dead. Yeah, so it just kind of depends, I think. But generally speaking, I would say it's probably one of the Slann, because they are often heavily accredited with unleashing pretty insane amounts of just raw death and destruction. Like wiping out civilizations in like the ancient times of the world kind of shit. How does Karanak's ability to hunt down majors differ from Cygors? Because Cygors are creatures that have a unique mutation that they have a singular eye that can only see the winds of magic. So anything that is not part of the winds of magic, so like material things, so like you and me, would be really difficult for a Cygor to see. Like they're kind of blind to us, and the only thing they can kind of see is like the fuzz, like a fuzziness of our soul. But wizards they can see with like crystal clarity. And they're like, ah, there you are. However, when it comes to Karanak can see you just fine. He has normal eyes, but he can smell you and can track you through 3 different methods. Each one of Karanak's heads has a different tracking method. One of his heads tracks you through space, so it can track you no matter where you are in the world, no matter whether you're in this world or on another world. So you could be like somewhere deep in the realm of chaos. You could be in a different dimension. You could be like across the planet, at the bottom of the ocean. You know, you could be basically anywhere you want, and he's gonna know. He's gonna know exactly where you are and be heading towards you. His second head tracks you through time. So Karanak knows when you are, not just where you are, which is actually really critical and important for a demon, because as a demon, he does not play by the same rules as we do when it comes to like when and where something is. Well, mostly win, because the realm of chaos does not follow the concept of time like reality does. It is often said that the realm of chaos has no sense of time. The past, present, the future are all occurring simultaneously, and not at all simultaneously. So Karanak knows when you are, which is really important. So he knows when to emerge and where to emerge so that he can find you. But this also means that if you're an entity capable of time travel, that's not going to save you. He's gonna know exactly when you ran to. So if like Karanak comes out of the realm of chaos and he's hunting you down and you're aware of it, and you're like, oh shit, this dog's about to get me, and you like craft or pop through a time portal that sends you 300 years in the past, Karanak will show up on your heels quite quickly. And his final head, which is always, frankly, considered the most terrifying, is the head that tracks you through the mindscape or through dreams. And that head of Karanak, as it says on the tin, is capable of tracking you whenever you sleep, or if you try and escape into some kind of domain of the mind. So anytime you stop to rest or take a nap or fall asleep due to exhaustion or anything that falls under those qualifications, Karanak is going to immediately show up in your dreams and be attacking you. Like, it's not even that it's like, oh, he'll show up, but, you know, at least it's not real. Like, you know, it's Freddy Krueger rules. He is in your dreams, and if he kills you, you die in real life. Full up. So it is a full-on nightmare scenario that you do not want to be a part of. Is there a difference between Bestigors and regular Gors? Yeah, Bestigors are much bigger. Much bigger. Like, they're like a good head taller. And they're far more muscular and are more blessed by the gods. So they have, like, their horns are significantly more impressive and pronounced and yada, 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 yada. Sounds like the Cygor is actually a bit more neutral than Karanak. Yeah. You can easily avoid a Cygor. Just don't be a wizard or a heavily magical entity and don't cast spells. And it's gonna really struggle to detect you're even there. And if you're a wizard, run the fuck away. Just join the Discord server. What channel should I share my beautiful fan art of Sotek marrying Mazdamundi? Do we not have a fan art channel? Oh, that's a lot of dwarfs. That's still a lot of dwarfs. Oh my god, do I even want to deal with this? Yeah, but I feel like we should have a fan art channel. It just occurred to me that we don't have a fan art channel. We need to fix that. There needs to be an actual fan art channel where people can put, like, you know, fan art, but also, like, fan art from, like, Lorebeards or from any of the streams or whatever. Wow, I cannot believe we don't have one. That just occurred to me. Yeah, we should fix that. I really don't want to deal with this. But, like, I also don't want to lose my army. We're so close to the end of this campaign. Okay, hold up. I want to check something. I want to check something. Because that's going to be such a long fucking fight, dude. I want to check how close we are to... I want to check how close we are to victory, like long-term victory, or long campaign victory. If we're like super duper close, I'll just let the dwarfs kill me, and I'm just not gonna worry about it. Because I would like to move on with my life. But if we're like far away, then we might wrap up the stream, and we'll start with this big fight next time. Because like I could see it being a really fun fight, but it's gonna we're still like 21 settlements away. Okay. Okay, so why don't we... Oh, I forgot to, like, move Malagor somewhere sensible. Why don't we... When the dwarves inevitably catch me here in a second, why don't we, Oh, my back! Make it... Why don't, we can start there next stream, and we'll finish this next time. Because it's pretty late. Where do I want it? We should probably put it in the stream and SoTech section. That way it's kind of unique. I think the stream and SoTech section would be good. Who's pinging me? Oh my god, that's amazing. That's fucking hilarious. Hold on. Hold on, I want to put this on stream. Here you go, chat. SoTech marrying Mazda Mundi. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. Highlight of the stream. Holy shit, that's funny. Oh, we caught the dwarves in an ambush? Well. Hey, one less dwarf army to deal with. Oh, he didn't follow me. Hey, that means we can keep going. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Which primal are you the most excited to see of those mentioned so far? Definitely Garuda. Like, obviously the faction that I kind of have the most connection to right now of the Beastmen, of the Beast tribes is the Ixchel, because I've spent so much time dealing with them, and I fucking love their design. And Garuda is also specifically mentioned to be like the most dangerous, or like the most horrible and sinister of them. So Garuda is currently pretty high on my I can't wait to clap them cheeks bar when it comes to the primals, I would say. I was counter-ambushed? You clever little shit. King Lun. No, they're not even in the same region as me, so I can't, like... You little bastard. Oh, I ambushed him back! You can't ambush the ambusher. Try to beat me at my own game. Try to use my own spells against me, Potter. Get fucked, dwarves. Get curb stomped. God, that's super funny. I love when you can just, like, slap the AI across the face sometimes. It feels good, dude. Cost me a Zongor and a Pestigore? That's fine. We just killed so many dwarfs.
Feel 5,900.
And there's still more. Good lord.
X100. I know you and others hated the Seraphim Zeos First Edition lore, but I can't help but be intrigued by the concept of Demons of Order. Do you think the idea has potential and could come back under a different form, just not as...
I mean, here's the thing, right? If you want to get super technical about it, we do have Demons of Order. Like, they're a thing. They're called Stormcast Eternals. Stormcast literally operate on demon logic, which demon logic is the concept that you're dealing with a, in the vast majority of circumstances, true immortal creature that even if it's killed, it just comes back. Which that's what Sigmar was trying to emulate. A lot of people get the lore, just to put it bluntly, wrong, because they think that they're like, oh, Sigmar created the demons, or the Stormcast Eternals in the image of the Warriors of Chaos. Like, he made them to copy the Warriors of Chaos. And no, that's not what he did. He did it to replicate demons. Because the idea was that Sigmar realized that the problem with fighting against the legions of chaos, notably the demons, is that they just keep coming. Like, they never stop. There's always more. Even when you think you've defeated them countless numbers of times, they just keep coming back. And Sigmar came to the realization that the only way he could realistically threaten the forces of chaos is if he also had a endless army, like a faction that frankly did not need did not need to worry about things like dying, because they would just come back. And so that's what they are. Yeah, sure. No, he doesn't have Minotaurs right now. Sag. Ricky Chapman, thank you for the generous super chat. Continuing our what if you're in the Warhammer world, the sight of us running like hell with a glowing chaos champion of Nurgle slowly chasing us and growing in size, he popped into a chaos spawn and then blew up when the dwarf shot him. That's fucking hilarious. I do think there's something to say for like a really fun trope of like going up against like a really nasty, scary chaos champion who, like, as they're fighting and dealing with the various like PCs and other characters in a campaign, like they end up reaching a point where they're being like just showered and showered and showered with gifts by the dark gods, and they end up getting like a really bad mutation that causes them to basically go all chaos spawn, and then, you know, they die very quickly afterwards after like a nasty boss fight. I mean, that's classic, right? That's like super classic trope. All right, Tarux is here to take the fight to the next stage. Let's get Titans of the Deep Forest and Juggernaut. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Okay. I think Morghur by now should have walked off that beating we took from the dwarves, where we did kill them, but it was kind of painful. We're still a little beat up, to be honest. You are being a pain in my ass, Thorgrim Grudgebear. What's his army look like? It's not that great. Oh yeah, we can get him. Nice. All right, back into Healy stance. Okay, and that will give you the okay to attack Zufbar and build Ways In. Hey, Jake Wu, what's up? Damn, still going? I am really trying to finish this campaign tonight. I would very much like to finish this and have that big check mark. We're very, very close, so I'm just kind of trying to power through to the end here. Because really the only thing because we're at the point where we're basically done. Like, we fought all of the really big fun fights, and we had a lot of the really big fun showdowns, and now we're waiting for Grom to stop being a piece of shit and hurry up and kill Elspeth, because she's the only Empire faction left. And also, I think we need to just, god damn it, I keep forgetting about Malagor. And then we need to just blow up like a certain amount of settlements that we haven't attacked yet. I will say, I should actually recommend this to Creative Assembly. I kind of wish that, I wish that Creative Assembly had a system, or they should add a system to the game where, like, you can see which settlements you've attacked before, like which settlements you've sacked, razed, or occupied. That way, if you're just, you know, at the point where you're like, oh, I just need to, you know, attack or whatever 75 different settlements, you're able to, like, instantly see which ones you've hit before and which ones you haven't, especially when you're playing a faction like Beastmen or Warriors of Chaos, where, like, you're not necessarily going to be, like, capturing, like, you're not going to paint the map, more than likely. Well, at Beastmen, I don't think you really can paint the map. that I think would actually be a really nice quality of life change. Now that I think about it. So I will bug them about that in the near future. Because, like, I'm kind of at the point where, like, I'm struggling to kind of remember which settlements I have, like, attacked a bunch and which ones I haven't. Because that's usually what makes long campaign victories really, really long for me in particular, is that I tend to, because I tend to build tall, not wide, I'll end up just, like, sitting in the same place. Oh my god, is that a Hiragi raid? What the hell? This wasn't on my schedule for today. Hey, you, how are you doing? Man, y'all were up late. I'm up late. But I'm trying to finish just this last little thing. Well, hello there. What were y'all doing? What were y'all playing? Here, we'll attack a city and murder everyone inside it just for you. Just for you, we'll just murder all the dwarf inhabitants of this of this city. I am oh, you're playing Little Kitty Big City. How is that? I saw somebody play it. It looked like a pretty cute experience. Yeah, we're very near the end. We're trying to power through to the end of this. Genocide for you, of course. Anything for you. You. Well, hope you're doing well. If you're new around here, hi. I'm Lord Master Sotek. I am, to put it very bluntly and simply, because I'm tired, considered one of the premier authorities on Warhammer fantasy lore and literature, which, if you're like, what the hell is Warhammer fantasy? It's a fantasy universe slash game slash video games slash tabletop games slash whatever. It's been around for about 40 years. Was created by a company in England called Games Workshop. It's been around for a super long time, and my job revolves around knowing a lot of it, because when you've been around for that many years, you tend to build up a lot of stories. And we are playing a campaign as the Beastmen, which are a bunch of really angry animal people, furries, essentially. But they're all, like, gross and mutated and bloodthirsty and stuff. And we are essentially murdering everybody. In the name of the Dark Gods. So, yeah, we are nearing the end of this campaign. I've got armies running all over the world trying to just smash down civilization wherever I can find it. Is this game related to Papa Nurgle? Yes! Grandfather Nurgle is one of the Dark Gods. If you're familiar with the Warhammer IP, you may be familiar with the sci-fi version, which is called Warhammer 40,000. Oh, look, they think their walls will hold out against my power. No. Goodbye. Okay. Kill everyone inside! Why don't we summon some more Beastie Boys inside? This is what happens when you feed your furries after midnight or something. But yeah, so I specialize in the lore of Warhammer Fantasy. I also specialize in the lore of Age of Sigmar, if you're familiar with that, which is the setting that takes place afterwards. But lately, I've also been playing a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. My community was very insistent that I start playing it, and I have been enjoying it quite a bit. We just recently got a bunch of milestones done, which is really cool. If you're familiar with Final Fantasy XIV, I just unlocked the Dragoon career, which has been super awesome. But yeah, so this is Total War Warhammer. This is a video game based in the Warhammer Fantasy universe. It's, I think, one of the greatest games of all time. It features like a campaign game where you're running around the campaign map and dealing with diplomacy and city building, all this stuff. And then you have the battle side of the game where you get to fight battles, and the battle mechanics are super awesome, and there's like a shitload of different factions, and it's great. It is taking so long for you to knock this gate down, buddy. So let's just blow another hole in the wall. Are we through? Eh, close enough. Oh shit! Yeah, and Hiragi. Sorry, if you don't know who Hiragi is actually is a really good buddy of mine. I adore them very, very much. They're extremely talented. Almost like you know that level of talent you find sometimes with people in the world where like you're pretty fucking sure they like struck a deal with the devil or some other kind of nefarious entity to gain all of the skills and abilities that they've somehow acquired, from like voice acting to singing to streaming to entertaining to hosting to everything you can fucking imagine. Hiragi is fucking amazing. Hawk, if we can make sure to shout Hiragi out on both YouTube and Twitch, I'd really appreciate that. But I've known Hiragi a long fucking time now. It's been a couple of years at least. And you will not find a better streamer, to put it super duper bluntly. So please, please, please make sure to check out Hiragi, especially if you're looking for like a really kick-ass amazing content creator to observe. Alright, we're almost through all the major defenses here. We're getting into all the archers. Beastmen are gonna be eating good tonight. Gonna be plenty of dwarf flesh on the menu. Okay, good, we got victory. Alright, cool. So we're not gonna bother mopping up the survivors because it's a city, so they can't get out. But yeah, and if you have any questions about Warhammer Fantasy, feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer them, especially because tonight we're having a bit more of a chill stream. And if you're like, ooh, Final Fantasy 14, I love watching people suffer through that. Though once again, I'm enjoying it immensely. Be sure to, I've got the VODs up on my YouTube channel, Lord Master of Sotek, and I also stream it here and on YouTube. So if those pique your interest, feel free to go check them out. All right, so that's another city burned down. I don't think we can, I don't know if we can destroy Akendorf because it does have a big old fat army inside of it. Let's get Call of Violence. I'm gonna do some more stat buffs, maybe make our spells a little more powerful. We can win, but we'll lose 3 Minotaurs. That's fine. Those are acceptable losses. Oop. Am I using any mods right now? Yes. I'm using 2 mods. I don't tend to mod my game. I tend to keep it pretty close to vanilla, because I give a lot of feedback to Creative Assembly. We need Bestial Butchers and Apocalyptic Vision. I like to give CA a lot of feedback, which I can't do if it's like heavily modded, because then it's not, you know, something they can deal with. So the only mods I'm running right now are, I'm running a mod that allows me to recruit cockatrices with my Beastmen, and also adds like the cockatrice onto all like the tech tree, and you can see here it's in the dread cost tree as well, so it just makes it like, you know, appear all over the place. And then I also, but the mod is in Chinese, so the other mod that I have translates it to English. So yeah. Yeah, thanks again so much, Hiragi, for the raid. I really appreciate that. I miss your face. We used to, I used to raid Hiragi every single Sunday after Lorebeards back in the day. But because of the way Lorebeards is, because of the way it is functioning now, where it's a little bit more messy. We don't tend to have time for raids by the end of it because of the system that we use is not a typical streaming platform. It's this weird other thing that works better for what we do. So, but unfortunately, it does not lend itself well to like raiding. So we haven't been able to do that in a super freaking long time, which is really sad. Because I fucking love raiding Hiragi. And that was a really good part of my Sundays. Okay. What the hell kind of army am I building again? Oh, Centaurs. So leader of the raucous host. And then... Lorebeards is perfect and I cannot convince you otherwise. I'm pretty sure Lorebeards is not perfect. Like, don't get me wrong, we're trying, and we have a lot of good things going for us, but there's also, you know, there are a lot of ways the show could be improved. Without a shadow of a doubt. What's some cool recruit? Let's bring some Thimir into our Beastmen army. That'll be fun. Why not? They're you know, they're Cyclops lizard boys. That's close enough, right? To Beastmen.